All right, we're ready? The meeting is open, and we are going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us together as a community. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So maybe if you're board watchers, you might wonder why some of us are doing this. And I'm going to let Mr. Sheffield say that because he knows also. Or go. All three of us, actually. So go ahead.
My kid's kindergarten teacher, Ann Sullivan at Proctor Terrace, when she leads the flag salute, she stresses the importance of liberty and justice for all. And she does it just like that, fists in the air, and a classroom full of 5- and 6-year-olds doing that is a sight to see. It's very inspiring.
Director?
I also had the privilege and pleasure of having Ann Sullivan be my daughter's kindergarten teacher and had the same just absolutely heartwarming experience of watching an entire classroom full of 5- and 6-year-olds go like that when talking about liberty and justice. And so in honor of Ann Sullivan, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you everyone for being here tonight, because really in terms of education for our children in our community, we need community to partner with us. And we have some decision makers up here and some leaders up here, but we cannot do it alone. And we thank you because we need your comments, we need your input. So thank you again for being here when you could be doing almost anything else tonight. Or in your PJs watching on YouTube. All right. So we have reported actions taken in closed session tonight. And those are, during the closed session, the board voted 6-0. One member was absent to authorize the district superintendent to adopt resolution number 2019/20-48 to notify an administrator that he or she may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 2020-2021 school year pursuant to Ed Code section 44951. Also, a report of action taken in closed session, the board voted 6-0. One member absent to authorize the district superintendent to adopt resolution number 2019/20-47 to notify an administrator that he or she may be released or possibly reassigned from their position for the 2021 school year pursuant to Ed Code section 44951. There are two more. During closed session, the board acted to authorize the superintendent to notify one or more temporary certificated employees that they will be released at the end of the 2019-2020 school year. And finally, during closed session, the board voted 6-0, one absent, to authorize district superintendent to adopt resolution 2019/20-53 to notify up to 2 probationary certificated employees that they will be non-reelected for the 2020-2021 school year pursuant to Ed Code section 44929.21. Thank you. And we have C3 items considered in closed session for action in open session. We have, excuse me, stipulated expulsion 19/20-16. May I have a motion on this, please?
Move to accept the recommendation on 2019/20-16.
Second.
Thank you so much. That was Omar Medina and Jill McCormick.
Director Medina?
Aye.
Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Aye.
President Fong?
Aye, thank you. Do we have any statements of abstention? And we have special presentations tonight. We don't. You know what? I'm on the wrong agenda. Why is that? Can I see yours? Okay, so we have adjustments to the agenda. We are pulling items. Sorry, that's my fault. I don't know what's going on here. Oh my gosh, this is so long. So we're pulling item E5 and E6 tonight. And we're pulling these. It's E5 is a resolution supporting the $15 per hour minimum wage at Santa Rosa City Schools. And E6 is the first reading potential waiver of this second reading of the board policies that support that. And we are pulling this so that we can have further discussions prior to a BP change on this. So this will come back to us. Any other adjustments to the agenda? Seeing none. We have a CSAA report. Oh, we have public comments. I'm going to get this right. So we have some public comments here. The first four, and I'm going to say your names. Ureli Rojas, Jessica Cole, Adam Morgan, Crow, I think, and Christina Gravel. And I noticed that there's a person on here that you would like to speak to. So I just want to caution you that if you have complaints about personnel, that it would be Assistant Superintendent Stacy Spector that you might want to bring this to and not in public. But you are certainly welcome to come to the dais right now in that order for your public comment. And again, we're here for the good of all of us, and there's a 3-minute time limit, which you'll be warned, and then you'll finish your sentence. So are you Ureli? Oh, thanks, sorry.
Hello, my name is Ureli Rojas. Not that long ago, I was here with the Youth Design Group to talk about my overall experience with high school. Maybe I wasn't clear enough about the impact teachers at Ridgeway, like Mr. Morgan, have made in my life. I have to ask why is Mr. Morgan being let go due to budget cuts while the superintendent just received a $60,000 raise? In my speech, I talked about how teachers were treating me at Santa Rosa High School when I was pregnant. Most of them humiliated me in front of the whole class, and yet those teachers aren't fired. Crow has been the biggest support to me at Ridgeway. Every time I'm about to give up and break down from all the stress, he is always there to tell me that I can do it and I can be successful because I'm smart. So I'm asking you as a student, please don't fire him. He has made a big difference in my life, and I know he'll make other big differences in other students' life at Ridgeway. If you truly need to make budget cuts, fire the teachers who don't care about their students.
Thank you. Then we have Jessica, Adam, Christina.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm a teacher and advisor at Ridgeway High School. Today I'm here to talk about a major loss in our district. In case you didn't know it, we're about to lose a former student and Ridgeway graduate who is currently one of our history teachers, Adam Morgan, otherwise known as Crow. No, he isn't going to die, nor is he choosing to leave. Instead, he was one of the teachers who was pulled out of their class in the middle of the day on a Monday to get told that they're not coming back next year, then sent back to class and expected to go on the rest of their day. It is so shocking and disturbing, I'm truly at a loss for words. Crow is a passionate history teacher who knows not just how to teach in a way that makes history interesting and engaging, but also how to work with our students. Ridgeway has a large population of Tier 2 and 3 students, at risk basically in many ways. To be a teacher here, you have to know how to relate to unique students and show you care first. I've seen many teachers fail at this, but Crow is a natural. As a former at-risk student himself, he knows the little things that makes all the difference. He is part of our Land Paths hiking club and helps students to get out to experience nature. He was part of our Land Paths as a student himself and knows how important nature can be for healing. Thanks to Crow, we had one of the biggest outings and students had an amazing day. He is not your typical teacher and not someone to throw away. He's one of our very own, the very product of Santa Rosa City Schools. He goes above and beyond every single day. Why? Because he knows how amazing teachers change the lives of their students. He's at our school to give back and make a difference. Why won't you help him in that process? Why are you ruining a promising career? As a site, we have survived a lot, a fire, a shooting, a death, and now a firing too. Please reconsider your decision. Ridgeway needs Crow to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Morgan.
Good evening. My name is Adam Morgan. My students know me as Crow, and my peers know me as Crow as well. I am a Ridgeway graduate, and until next year, if the board decision stays, a Ridgeway teacher. I am an at-risk student, or at least I was. I grew up poor. I know what it's like to go to sleep hungry. I know what it's like to feel the pain and not be able to go to sleep because I don't have enough food in my stomach. I've experienced that. I can see it in some of my students' eyes. I know it's there. I was also an at-risk student because there was a lot of domestic violence in my household. I know what it's like to live in fear from the adults that are in your life. I know that some of my students have experienced that as well, and I am in a unique position to understand this and notice it before anybody else would. It is absolutely imperative that I can see this. I am a teacher now. I was a 6-year senior, not just a Ridgeway graduate, but a 6-year senior. And to some teachers or some students, that is unbelievable until they talk to the other students on campus. They see, without me even teaching them anything, that there is hope for them where they may be lost, where they have been told in comprehensive high school that they could be lost. But they come to Ridgeway and they see success. They see success that is given them by my peers and by myself. Please, I implore you, reconsider your decision at my dismissal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. That can't have been easy. Christina.
So I'm Christina Gravel, a current teacher at Ridgeway High School, but I'm here to read a letter written by one of Mr. Morgan's former teachers at Ridgeway and a current and always ongoing supporter of Ridgeway High School, Barbara Williams. 3 days ago, Ridgeway High School teacher Adam Morgan received a termination letter. The stated reason for the termination was that he was not a good fit for Ridgeway. This sounds like a stock remark. In his particular case, it's especially troubling. Either those who crafted the letter don't know him, do not know his particular story, or both. Adam is not a perfect teacher. Few are. The difference between Adam's response to that imperfection and the responses of some is that he is not satisfied with his performance. He's willing to listen to experienced teachers, especially those such as his mentor teacher, who work well with Ridgeway's special population. He works hard, never skimping on lesson preparation, and develops lessons that keep sometimes reluctant students interested and attentive. He promptly responds to student work, staying after school to ensure this. Students request his classes. They respect and trust him. Adam graduated from Ridgeway High School and credits the school with helping to change his life. This bright young man could have become lost, yet thrived and worked his way through college with the express purpose of becoming a teacher and giving back. Adam did his student teaching at Ridgeway and was happy to be hired by the school, where he's eager to make a difference. Adam has volunteered to be the Land Paths coordinator for Ridgeway, and he did so at the request of the program's developer because he remembered Adam when, as a student of Ridgeway himself, he was involved in Land Paths. Adam's also been working on developing a construction class for Ridgeway because he has the professional experience. Because it is difficult on a beginning teacher's salary to live in Sonoma County, construction continues to be his summer work. If Adam were not able to continue his teaching at Ridgeway, it would not only be a loss for him, but also for the many students who now and in the future would come into contact with him as a teacher at Ridgeway High School. Unfortunately, at times, students have faced criticism from their former school staffs, friends, and even family when they transfer to Ridgeway, a credit recovery school. Some have begun to think of themselves as failure. For such students to walk into a classroom to see Adam, to see that success can come, even after all they have been told or been through in the past, can be life-changing, literally. I hope you will rethink your decision to terminate someone who can have a great impact on some of the district's most vulnerable students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Lindsay Persina.
My name is Lindsay Persina. I am an Elsie Allen graduate and a pretty successful product of the Santa Rosa City Schools District. The decision that was made to close Cook Middle School at the end of this year, I take very personally. I feel like this was a somewhat rushed decision. I feel like it was rushed to you guys, and I understand that it is hard to make decisions like this. But you're taking away Elsie Allen's feeder school. Elsie Allen has an unfair reputation that was made by people who have no idea what Elsie Allen is really like. It saved my life. These people pulled me off of a balcony when I wanted to jump off. And I wouldn't be here to bug you today had they not done that. If Elsie Allen continues to face declining enrollment, then it's not going to be there in a few years. And that's not fair. And I can't sit here and think about the teachers that are going to be harmed by these consequences, both at Cook and Elsie Allen, without saying something. Because it really feels like this board no longer cares about Southwest Santa Rosa the way that you say you do. So I think that you guys should really think about where your priorities are and start rethinking these decisions and think about the long term, because it really doesn't seem like that's happening. It is near and dear to my heart. And if something were to happen to that school, the place that I felt was my second home, the people who cared about me and took me in when nobody else would, I would be more heartbroken than I am now. So I really urge you to rethink the decisions that you're making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Persina. We have now Joanne Macchia, Lynn Briner, Kira Reed, Luke Negri, and then Maureen Cecil.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Joanne Macchia, and I teach at Rincon Valley Middle School. This is my 15th year with the district, and I find it hard to believe that despite numerous requests from myself and colleagues over the years, the district has shown no support for health education at the middle school level. At one time, health and life science were part of a year-long course, with each taught for half the year. When science standards shift to make science a year-long course, despite the lack of district support, 7th grade science teachers at some of the middle schools, including RVMS, continued teaching as much health curriculum as we could fit in with the science curriculum, because we could see firsthand how vitally important it was. At our school, The mental, emotional, and social health unit included stress reduction, understanding eating disorders, depression, and other mental health problems, suicide prevention, developing personal resilience, and self-esteem. I've had so many parents thank me for teaching this unit because it had a positive impact on their child, or because their child became aware of a problem and sought help. For example, as a result of the eating disorders lessons, one of my students admitted that she had an eating disorder. I brought her to the counselors, she talked to her family, and they brought her to the doctor. She was immediately admitted to a hospital for weeks and had a long recovery over the summer and during the next school year. If she hadn't spoken to me, I would never have suspected that she had an eating disorder. Her parents never suspected. If eating disorders weren't a topic in our 7th grade class, she would not have recognized the danger she was in, and she wouldn't have felt comfortable coming to me with that. If she hadn't gotten help soon, she likely would have died. She is not the only student that has gotten help for eating disorders, for depression, for suicidal thoughts, or for self-harm as a result of our 7th grade lessons. In conjunction with the drug education unit, students learn about the teen brain, how drugs affect brain development, and the science of addiction. They practice refusal skills and considered real situations where they would encounter pressures to use drugs or alcohol. The Santa Rosa City Schools Handbook states that instruction shall be given in the elementary and secondary schools on drug education and the effects of the use of tobacco, alcohol, narcotics, and dangerous drugs. Yet students aren't receiving that instruction in middle school, and usually not in high school. When we taught health curriculum along with science, the majority of students consistently rated the drug and sex education units as the ones that would have the greatest impact on them in the future. Past students returned to tell us that those lessons stayed with them and helped them to make better choices. With the new demands of the next generation science standards, science teachers can no longer squeeze in the health curriculum. We are begging you to please address this need for health education at the middle school level. And now, Lynn Briner is going to read some letters from students.
Thank you. Excuse me. Dear Santa Rosa City School Board, and this one is from Natalie, and she says, I would really like to have my opinion heard and make a difference, and she's thanking me for bringing this letter to you. I am very concerned about the lack of mental, sexual, and drug education. I believe that you are taking away our opportunities as youth to learn about the dangers of life and how actions have consequences. As children, we have not gone through life, so we do not know about STDs, mental health, and drugs. When you were a child, I am sure that you had some sort of bodily functions education during your transition through puberty, since it's a difficult time for most teens. Most children get sex education in 5th grade. Nobody takes that very seriously because you are still a kid who thinks the word penis is funny. Nobody is going to remember about consent or protection. Just those 2 topics alone are important because they can help prevent unwanted pregnancies. As a female, I feel it is very important to have the proper education about sex and ways to prevent things like pregnancies and diseases. As well as sex education, mental health is a big concern. One of my dear friends struggles with mental health. If she did not have the right resources throughout middle school, then she would not be here today. I feel that if other people don't have mental health education, then they'd cause harm to themselves. I learned about mental health last year before the curriculum was taken away. It helped me to understand how to help a suicidal friend. It also made me more aware about the different eating disorders out there. I did not know about anorexia before my 7th grade science class. It hurts me to think that someone out there may have a problem and not know that it is a problem. They wouldn't know how to get help and things like that. I also believe that drug education is very important. I know many people who struggle with substance abuse. Most closely to me was my uncle. My uncle overdosed in 2005. I know of the pain my mom feels from losing her brother. By taking away drug education, you are possibly taking away someone's chance and knowledge at a happy, healthy life. Most children at my school know of someone who vapes. If we had drug education, we could reduce the number of vaping-related illnesses, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. In conclusion, I believe that mental, sexual, and drug education is vital for middle school students. From Noelle. Dear board members, I have been going to RVMS since 7th grade, as most students have. As well as this, I have been living in Sonoma County for 5 years. Moving from elementary to middle school has affected my viewpoint on peers in a big way. We all seem to suddenly grow up more physically than consciously, but this doesn't change the fact that most of us think they are all grown up. I walk away from school and see jewel packets and dab pens lying on the ground. I see this and I think, what's their story? Where have they been? And most importantly, who used them? Could I have another minute to finish this letter?
May you just finish your last sentence?
Mental health is a big concern. I know kids who have gone through so much, too much for just a middle school student. I've seen them fall apart just because they have no idea what to do. The mental health unit not only can help them cope with things they've been through in a safe way, but help them open up to parents or teachers.
Thank you, Ms. Branner. Kira Reed.
Hello, thank you. I'm reading a letter from Ricardo, who is an 8th grader. Us students, we see it all the time. We see the word safety posted on many things around our school. The question is, how can we be safe if we don't even know how to be safe? This question rose when we found out that we were lacking support in our drug and health education units. A few of us wanted to find out what the rest of students who had already gone through drug and health care education thought of this matter. We went around our school and asked the 8th graders what they thought about not giving the 7th graders the education they need to be safe in their lives. They seemed surprised and agreed that it is a very important unit and that really helped them be more informed. Becoming the safest we can be takes time, but if we all work together, we can make safety happen with good decisions. This letter is from Caleb, also an 8th grader. There are many pros to drug and health education. Last year alone, 50% of students who did not do drugs did it because of drug education. There are millions of kids in our education center, and they are the future of these great nations. Another important point is our mental health unit. Many kids begin eating disorders in this time period of middle school and high school. If we can have even a small chance of stopping this before it begins, shouldn't we do it? Who would not approve a unit that would improve the possibility of a bright future to our great nation? Children harm themselves without the knowledge of the fact that there are other ways to prosper. Most children start doing drugs, whether that be vaping or weed, in middle school. If we educate our youth, then we will have a brighter future ahead of us. Bringing our drug and health education unit back will not only help our students, but it will also help the future of our nation. This is from Kira, who is also an 8th grader. Dear school board members, we know that health education is very important, and we have talked to some of our classmates to see what they think. First of all, I think it was very helpful because we were taught about how important your mental health is and how high stress levels can be harmful to your body. We asked some people this question: do you think the health and education that we had in 7th grade was important? All of them said that they found it interesting and informative. Julia stated, I think it was very important, and I learned a lot I did not already know. I understood the part about how drugs affect the brain. Kira expressed, I definitely think health education is very important. We also have some kids whose parents who are not present in their child's life or just don't talk about the changes their bodies might be experiencing. We also have some kids who have parents that do drugs and have an unhealthy amount of stress in their lives. These kids then might believe that drugs are not that harmful or a lot of stress is okay.
Thank you. Luke Negri, followed by Maureen Cecil.
Hi, I'm an 8th grade student at RVMS. I would like to voice my concerns about the lack of health and drug education in our schools. I have heard and thoroughly discussed with my 7th grade science teachers, 2 of which just spoke, that the drug and health educations normally taught to the 7th grade teachers, which is what I went through, are ceasing to exist due to the expansion of the science curriculum. Us and many other students and teachers know this to be a bad idea. Those units are integral to keeping our schools safe and healthy. According to the National Institute on Drug Abuse, use. For a teenager, risky times include moving, family divorce, or changing schools. For me, I find it very concerning that after only 2 years since the fires that destroyed many parts of our towns, people having to move out of their homes and living in temporary homes, you choose to not have these units when they are most important. When children advance from elementary school to middle school, they face new and challenging social, family, and academic situations. Often during this period, children are exposed to substances such as cigarettes and alcohol for the first time, as well as a more stressful environment. When they enter high school, teens may encounter greater availability of drugs, drug use by older teens, and social activities where drugs are used. Due to these obvious facts that drug exposure is extremely prominent in the teenage years, like 7th grade, we should educate our youth in order to prevent as much drug use as possible. By taking the drug education away, you are allowing this abuse to happen. Health for sex education is also extremely important. Research from the Public Library of Science states, when sex education is comprehensive, students feel more informed, make safer choices, and have healthier outcomes, resulting in fewer unplanned pregnancies and more protection against sexually transmitted diseases and infection. One reason abortion is a huge problem is unplanned pregnancies, which many of our youth experience. Sex education decreases the number of unplanned pregnancies and then abortions among youth. Over 42 million unplanned pregnancies end in abortion every year. Unplanned pregnancies can ruin lives, take away chances to go to college, and can lead to homelessness. These facts are things no person wants to see happen to anyone. We believe that you should either propose a plan to teach students somewhere else or reinstate drug education and comply with the comprehensive sex education standards of the California Healthy Youth Act in order to prevent people from being uneducated and making bad decisions. Thank you, and please consider our proposal.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Maureen Cecil. I am a teacher as well as a parent, and I too am coming to talk about the number of teachers who are being let go or released, or whatever the term may be, RIF'd. My concern is that we have many schools that still need these wonderful teachers, and that we are asking for new level of expectations for students with A through G requirements. And if we let go more teachers, then what are going to happen to the supports for those students? As a parent, it worries me for my children to be entering into a school system where we're letting go of teachers instead of reducing the class sizes. That would be something that concerns me as a teacher as well. You can only do so much with so much time. So I would urge you to rethink the letting go of teachers and instead focus on how are we going to support our learners and help them. And if we want to meet the lofty goals of A through G requirements for all students, we need more people, not fewer. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to appreciate Joanne for bringing us these packets, I think, of information. All right, we have a CSEA report right now.
President Garcia is signaling that there's no report.
Thank you. We had one more card here. I did. There was a public comment on E5, which it got pulled. So Amber Robinson, I'm inviting you to make that comment now if you'd like to.
Is it on? No?
Now it is.
Is it good now? Okay. Hi, I am Amber Robinson, and I was actually going back and forth on whether or not I still wanted to comment on it since it was pulled. And I decided that I was still going to make a comment just because I felt like it was an important thing still on topic. I understand that we still need to speak about it and negotiate and everything, and I fully understand that, but I just wanted to get, I guess, the employee point across. So I'll just go ahead and, so my name is Amber. I am a child care lead at the Hidden Valley Elementary School. I would like to share some concerns with you about our current wages and lack thereof. Trying to recruit and retain employees for our center has been next to impossible due to the extremely low wage. The process of being hired into our district isn't an easy one. With needing to having a background check and having to get their fingerprints done, it takes a bit of time and dedication. Most people would rather take the easy route and work somewhere else for more pay without having to go through all the hassle. If we are only offering the bare minimum, that's all we will receive. It states in the board policy that in order to attract and retain employees committed to the district's goals for student learning, the governing board recognizes the importance of offering a competitive compensation package, which includes salaries and health and welfare benefits. We are not competitive if we aren't even offering what will soon be the City of Santa Rosa's minimum wage. I could go to In-N-Out Burger and cut French fries instead of managing a number of staff members, creating a safe environment for your children, creating protocols for staff, and having to run a summer program and make more money doing it. I know how hard our employees work every day for these children, and their efforts and passion is being squashed by struggling to make ends meet at home. If we do not do something soon to make this district more desirable to work for compensation-wise, we will begin to lose more of these amazing people. I have had multiple staff members be hired on and be shocked once they received their first paycheck. It's a wonder how we can be the ones working with our society's most prized possession and yet be compensated in such a minimal way. It has been said over and over again that the district cannot afford to pay such an increase to all their staff, but yet we were able to give our top 1% an 18% raise just this past summer. I am not okay watching my coworkers struggle daily to pay their bills when they are working so hard trying to be good leaders and examples for these children. It is not asking too much to match at least what the city is putting out as their minimum wage and compensating your longtime employees for the time they have put in. So I ask all of you to please take a moment to look around the room and truly recognize your staff and how hard and how much they deserve so much more than they are being offered. Thank you.
Thank you. We have President Will Lyon, SRTA report.
Good evening, Dr. Kitamura, President Fong, and members of the board, members of the community. Democracy is a beautiful thing. It's a little messy. There's people involved. It's better than the alternative. So it's good to see people out here expressing their feelings to the board. I appreciate you all for being here. I want to mention before I get into the others, it's been a rough week. This is the week that we're noticing members that they're not a fit for the district. It's the non-elect process. It's lawful but awful. I mean, the way the law is set up, that's exactly what the district has to do, and it just doesn't feel good. So that's not a criticism on anybody, but please recognize it's a breakup letter, right? And it hurts. And it hurts students when they hear about it, and it hurts members when they hear about it. And I mention that just to ask for grace for those members who are having that week, and recognize that it's because they care about our kids and they care about our district and they want to be amazing teachers. And it's just a hard letter to get. I want to comment quickly on the budget cuts. I understand we need to cut $13 million over 2 years. First, there was a line in the newspaper today that made me nervous. I think it's technically true that if we had a bad budget and we ran out of money, we could get taken over by the state. I also think we are a long, long, long way from getting taken over the state. I think there's a 0% chance that we're gonna be taken over the state. So it's right that we address it. We have declining enrollment. It would be irresponsible to not address the declining enrollment, but I just hope that everybody understands the sky's not falling. This is the normal 3-year budget cycle. We haven't made a penny yet next year. We haven't spent a penny yet next year. We're gonna make those budgets align with current realities that there's no way we could have known 3 years ago, because that was 3 years ago. So we appreciate the process that you're using to go through that. We understand they're difficult choices, and we have every confidence that you'll make good choices, and we will continue on as a district under our own devices. Speaking of budget cuts, bullet point number 2 is about schools and communities first. You might have saw some of my brothers and sisters out there asking if you were registered to vote in Sonoma County and asking you to sign the petition for schools and communities first. If not, we got some union brothers and sisters right here, including myself, that have petitions. I want to give you a quick heads up that there is a lot of misinformation about schools and communities first. It turns out there are rich people who are willing to lie, who will put out really disinformation, like actively trying to confuse people, to say that if you to support this, that your grandma's gonna get ejected from her home. Those are patently false arguments, but they have free speech and they're allowed to do it. The reality is that schools and communities first is needed to correct an error that we made in California back in 1978 regarding Prop 13. Prop 13 wasn't the error. The error was that we left a max size truck loophole for corporate businesses that they have not paid their fair share since 1978. We made a referendum designed to keep grandma and grandpa from being evicted, and we slipped in this loophole, and Disney is still paying property taxes on their assessed value from 1978, even though just this week their ticket prices went up to $200. We think it's time for them to pay their fair share. And this would close that loophole. It would exempt all residential property. It would exempt all agricultural property, including big agriculture. And then we've got a lot of that around here. It would exempt small businesses that are assessed under $3 million. But the corporate loophole means that as long as it's owned by nobody owns 50%. If the three of us own a hotel worth $20 million, and then we sell it for $40 million, it doesn't get reassessed. If I sell my house right now as an individual, it gets reassessed. That's the loophole that we need to close, and if we do it, it'll bring in $12 billion a year to schools and communities. So what? It will bring in $10 million every year for Santa Rosa City Schools. So if you haven't got a chance to sign it yet and you're registered to vote, please find us, please sign it, please support us going through now until November 3rd, and let's save our communities and let's save our schools. Later on the agenda, there's some plans for ameliorating some of the issues with our new graduation requirements. One is about a waiver, and the other one is about industry concentration process. We are not taking a position on those at this time. A month ago, we requested that the school board take a pause in the new graduation requirements so that we can make a plan to support these, to address these issues. Our request for a pause was rejected in sometimes hurtful ways. We voted as a union 31-12 to take what we are calling a green light approach going forward. It's not we're taking our ball and going home, it's we are handing the ball back to you and asking you to lead. We will continue to teach our hearts out for all of our students and staff. We've never wavered on that despite comments that were made contrarily. We have always put every single ounce of our professionalism into helping our students. We will continue to do that. We will continue to make adjustments and to try to improve our practices while we wait for effective supports for our students and staff. If we're asked to consult on or negotiate supports, we will. If it works, you get the credit. If it fails, you own it. If you ask for our help, we will help you. If you ask in a time frame that lends us to support in a meaningful way. Until then, we're going to pivot to other priorities, and we understand that you'll be looking at those issues later tonight. Lastly, at the last school board meeting, I made a request for you to look at the inequitable two-tiered salary placement guidelines, where teachers that were hired after September 25th get much more generous salary placement than teachers who were hired before September 25th, which is almost all of us. I wanted to reiterate that ask, and I wanted to put a time frame on it. As you are aware, non-elects and reduction in force notices are due March 15th across the state. So even though a hiring season really is year-round, we're always hiring, there's a big window of mass hiring that happens from March 15th until we fill the positions, usually up through May. And teachers all over the state are going to be running around looking for jobs from March 15th on. And we have not yet had any communication going forward of whether or not you'll address this. My request is that either the cabinet and the superintendent or the school board make a move to address it in time for us to announce to our members that we are going to solve this inequitable two-tiered system. If we wait until May or June to do it, the people that I'm the most worried about may already be gone. I mentioned to you before that a teacher could quit their job, reapply for the exact same job, get hired, and get an increase in pay in some cases. What I can report now is nobody's talking about doing that. They're just talking about leaving. So we have an attract and retain problem. 42% of our members are in the first 5 years. Last year it was 40%, so it's trending in the wrong direction. You're absolutely right to put energy into attracting new members. You have to make sure that you also retain the ones that we've already attracted. I hope that we can find a way to do that at the next board meeting so that our members know that they can stay here, and we're going to continue to make this a destination district for students and staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Assistant Superintendent Spector, do we have a labor management collective report?
There is not a report this evening.
Thank you. Superintendent Kitamura has a report for us.
I do. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start out my report not with a moment of silence, but a rounding applause of celebration for Mr. Charles Briones from Slater Middle School, who sadly left us recently. He student taught at Slater and has been a teacher for us for over 2 years now, hitting 2 years. Just a beloved teacher who leaves a wife, 2 daughters, and multiple grandchildren. And I just want us to look to heaven or whatever you believe, and let him know of our appreciation for all he has done. The other one I want to give a shout out, a cheer for, is John Bribiescus. John Bribiescus has been a teacher in Santa Rosa City Schools for 33 years, Santa Rosa High School graduate, Santa Rosa High School teacher, department chair at Santa Rosa High School. He also was so instrumental in Schools Plus and providing millions of dollars of support for athletics and visual and performing arts for middle schools and high schools. He leaves behind such a legacy and such a memory. And so let's give John an applause that he can hear right now. Thank you for that. So I kind of want to fill in maybe some information based on what happened at the last board meeting around the CCLA Cook merger and the option that was voted on at that time. The option that was voted upon was to merge the schools and close Cook Middle School. So in that meeting, I know, and I'm just gonna speak to you and let you know, during that meeting, one of our board members was indicating they wanted to have that vote reconsidered. And so as we moved forward after that meeting, there was in fact a request to rescind, to put place on the agenda, a rescission of the vote that took place on that night. So what I felt and what I thought of as that meeting took place was that there was more that I wanted and needed to do. And so I immediately called Principal Sands and Principal Rocha and asked to meet with them and to help understand why there was some differences in the information that I understood there to be and the information that the merger committee and the group thought there was. And so that was, it was very helpful to hear and to meet with them. I then asked to meet with the facilitators, Leslie Medine and Dennis, who are contracted through On the Move as consultants to help facilitate the process of the merger, and asked the same questions, because I was asked by the board, or some of the board members, what's the clarity around the timeline? Why are we hearing two different things on the timeline? And what were the expectations that the parents had, or the promises that the parents had? And so those were the two leading questions I had with Leslie and Dennis. So that led me to want to know more, and actually to hear from the merger committee. And so I think it was that same day I met with the merger committee and asked those same questions. Why is there a difference in the timeline? Why is there, what was it that was promised and expected, or that you were expecting? And I definitely heard there was miscommunication between groups around timeline, definitely heard that. I heard expectations and promises that the CCLA parents have had for now 7 years, 6-7 years. In the dialogue with CCLA Cook, the merger team, and also Gabriel Albavera, the principal of Elsie Allen High School, attended as well. We talked about all these differences in the miscommunications, and what I heard very clearly was the, I would say, anguish in the voices of the CCLA parents and staff who have been promised things the entire time that they have been in CCLA. Now, I don't know exactly who made the promises, I don't know any of those things, but for me, it really actually doesn't matter, because what was before me were a group of parents who have built, and a staff who have built a momentum to really change the way we can provide education in the Southwest. That came through loud and clear. And that if there was any group of people who could do it, it was this group who had already gathered 217 requests for 7th grade into the Cook Middle School CCLA merger. And of the 217, 145 were selecting Spanish. I've never, since I've been here, had more than 20 kids want to take Spanish at Cook Middle School. So it was stories like that and examples like that that I said, if we move forward with a vote on the agenda for a rescission, it's really going to create, in my opinion as your superintendent, a lose-lose. How can we work together to make all of this happen, but allow us the time to, first of all, bring the ELSI staff on board and see and hear from them, and second of all, continue with a governance structure, a political structure that doesn't create lose-loses, but creates win-wins. That's really huge for me. And so I put on the table with them to talk about, with the merger team, what if we could promise all of the timelines and dates to close Cook Middle School, but in a year such that we can truly work through all of the different things that need to happen to make this successful. Not CCLA in terms of what they're doing as a school, not Cook and all the energy they've put behind this and how much they want to do it, but it's some other factors. Elsie Allen is a huge one. If we're going to do a K-12, I met with them a half an hour to explain what was going on. Yesterday attended their first merger meeting with 3 staff members and the principal. There needs to be more of that. There needs to be more time for that. We also have just recently other issues that have arisen around boundaries of school districts that feed to us that are now coming into play that we have to work through, that is was a new factor, so to speak. So we're continuing to meet. I can't say at this point what's going to happen, whether or not a rescission is going to be placed back on the agenda, but here's what I do know. The merger team, administration, along with Elsie Allen, we're going to work together to create a joint presentation for the March 25th, 26th board meeting. I always get the 2 dates, to present what it is we come up with. Whether there is a vote to rescind after that presentation, I am unsure yet. I don't know that yet. But I did want to explain and say publicly where we are in this process, and that I am really working together with staff and with all the people involved to have this be something that is a win-win for everyone in the community. As I told the CCLA Cook staff, again, if anybody can make it happen in the Southwest, I really believe this group can do it, and I want to support that. On the superintendent side of me, I also have to ensure that we're following legal obligations we have around new things that have arisen that we're in the middle of consultation with legal counsel about, that I'll bring forth as soon as we have concrete information. So that was a bit of a long report, but I think it was owed the attention so that you know, and the people watching know, where we are at this point. I have meetings this week again with a smaller group of people, merger team, Vicki, Principal Zanz, Principal Rocha, Leslie Medine, around some facilities things. The next merger meeting is on the 11th of March. We are going to get the LC staff and the CCLA Cook staff together. There was a request for the Elsie Allen staff to hear what the Cook CCLA teachers have gone through to get to this point. So that is where we are. And if you have any questions about that, you can feel free to email me. I'd be happy to address any questions at this point. And I think that's it for my report.
Just for clarification, because there was a public comment on it, not that we're addressing public comment, maybe you are, but the March 11th meeting will be with LC staff?
There are permanent members to the merger team now. There are 3 teachers from Elsie Allen and Mr. Albavera who are permanently on the Cook, now it's called the Cook CCLA Elsie Allen merger team.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. We have board reports. We're going to start down here. Director Manieri.
I have a pretty short board report. I just wanted to make a couple of announcements / reminders. The Elsie Allen High School Fiesta, the fundraiser for the Elsie Allen High School Foundation, is coming up on the 28th of March at the Friedman Center. It's being coordinated with the help of the Diaz brothers, who make very delicious food and are really supportive of our district. So if you're interested in going to that as a guest or volunteering, they also need a ton of volunteers to make that event as successful as it's been in the past. So if you're interested in that, you can just Google them or find them on social media, the Elsie Allen High School Foundation. And then they're also, the foundation, coordinating a Lobo Career Day on April 10th at Elsie Allen High School from 12 to 1, where different organizations can go and share job opportunities and career paths that students can take. So I just wanted to kind of help them get the word out. If anyone knows of any organizations that are hiring or programs that students can access while they're in high school or post-high school, that's a great place to be at on the 10th of April. And then lastly, it's kind of a request for information, but I came across the arts education framework through Creative Sonoma. And so I'd like to know how we are utilizing the framework tool that they created to bring equity and access to arts education in our district. And I know that they also had a grant out, but that deadline's passed, so I'd like to know what we're doing in that arena.
I actually, we're very involved with Creative Sonoma. I don't know if Dr. Guzman, you want to speak to it really quickly?
Well, I know that we can't bring back that specific information, but I know that we actually applied for that grant and we received that grant. So we can bring back some information as a G item to tell you how we're actually incorporating that.
Director De La Cruz?
No report.
Director Sheffield?
No report this evening.
Director McCormick?
No report.
Director Medina?
Thank you. Well, first off, I wanted to follow up on what Will mentioned on the schools and community first. If you haven't signed that petition and you're registered to vote, please sign it. As you can see, part of the agenda today, we're talking about budget cuts. We need the money, and this is the opportunity to close a loophole that's been in place for a really long time. I just recommend that if you sign it, make sure that you sign it legibly and that it can be read and that it matches your existing voter data, because if not, oftentimes those signatures don't count, and that has an impact. But please not only do that, and if you didn't get to register to vote or aren't registered to vote by February 18th, like you're supposed to, know that in California you can now register to vote on the same day at your polling place. But get out and vote. It's really important. We've got an election on March 3rd, so I just really like to emphasize the importance of that, getting out there and voting and having your voice heard. And the other thing that I really, well, one quick announcement, save the date, May 2nd, CCLA is gonna have their third annual gala, so save that date, more information to come. But I did wanna talk about a little bit on item that was pulled, E5. It was something that I proposed, little quirk, I proposed that it come on the agenda on, it was January 15th when I asked, intentionally on the 15th because it was about $15 minimum wage. But I am kind of saddened that it's getting pulled. As a member of the public spoke, getting up to par with our local minimum wage, I think it's something that's really important for me. It's something that I've fought for many years. I brought forward the resolution to support the city of Santa Rosa's transition to that wage, which goes into effect in July. So the city of Santa Rosa will have a $15 minimum wage effective July 1st, and it will go up annually based on the CPI, January of every year. And it concerns me in one context, in the sense of equity, that all around us, there will be a minimum wage that will be higher than applies to our district. And in terms of the fact that we're struggling with recruiting people, but also just in the sense of equity, it's really important for me that we have a minimum wage, equal to the area around. And I wanted to actually read a post from earlier this week from North Bay Jobs with Justice, which they posted on their page on Facebook. And they said, "Today we received a call from a doctor at a local clinic who reported to us that thanks to the new $15 minimum wage in Petaluma, their patient who's been fighting depression has seen an improvement in mood and additionally has been able to stay in their home now that they can better afford their rent. This patient's employer may not have even realized these were the impacts of their low wages, but now they are able to better be present for their families at work and in their community." So that really stood out to me. I hope that somehow we get to providing better wages to those that are equal to the area around us. I would hate to, I see it very difficult to try to recruit people here when at a fast food restaurant across the street they could get paid, a couple dollars more than the lowest wages that we provide. But that'll come to us in the future. And just the final thing I wanted to touch base on is the idea that some of us might not care about the Southwest and our schools. Again, to me, LC Allen, I also sometimes see as kind of like my baby, since I was part of the LC Allen Planning Committee before it even got built. I went there, part of the first class, and the success of that school is critically important to me. So I just want to emphasize to LC Allen teachers and to our community that, to me, the Southwest is very important, and its success is very important, and making decisions around it are something that I take very seriously, and I feel that the decisions that we are making as a board will have a positive impact in that area of our community and on LC Allen. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Medina. So I want to say this tonight, that this is no surprise to any of you, we are in revolutionary deep implementation work as a district, beyond which I have not seen this before for our district all at once. It just feels like so much is coming to us as if with a fire hose. But it has to do with our equity lens, and it has to do with our mission and vision, and our LCAP, which is implementing our vision and our mission and our priorities. And equity is like every student has access, that every student can develop to their full potential. And this is, you've heard this before. We say it many, many, many ways. But how does it work in practice? It works in practice when we're all working together. I think we all want that. And so when you call us, thank you for all the conversations that I've had, that we have all had, conversations online, conversations in person, on the phone, on visits or whatever. Your perspective fills in slices for the board, right, and slices for the superintendent, because we're looking at it 360 and we need every single voice. So when you take the time to do that, whether you think it's good, bad, or ugly, whether you think you're gonna upset us or not, it doesn't matter. We need to hear your voice. And everybody's been really pretty nice about stuff when, even when they disagree with us or disagree with me. And so it's about every student thriving, and we're talking about the spectrum of students, right? We're talking about the ones who get it after the first minute, and we're talking about the kids who needed, 2 hours to get something. Everyone learns differently, and so every single person in our district counts. Staff, students, families. All of you are important. So please, please keep those lines of communication open, and remember you have a slice, and each of your slices informs us 360 degrees. So I really thank you. It's nice to see a full house tonight. With LC and CCLA and Cook and new district boundaries and the budget and the bond measures and the equity lens and any number of things, budget cuts we're doing, this is big work ahead of us. I'm really thankful for the people up here with us, the people on the staff, the teachers, the parents, everyone who's working together. And I will say that the CCLA Cook LC Allen, I went home feeling so positive, so happy that there's such a great way to work together. And not everybody agrees, but you come together with consensus, because that's what it is. It's consensus, heads together, better. So thank you, and let's keep it up, because we're gonna be world-class. We are world-class, we're going to continue to be world-class. Brings us to our action items for tonight. Our first action item is E1, and it is on the independent audit. And we are going to turn it over to Diane.
So as we get the folks in place to present the audit report, I'll turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Rick Edson.
Thank you, Superintendent Kitamura, for dragging that out. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Kitamura. Tonight I'm joined by Executive Director of Fiscal Services, Joel Dantos, and Paul Pham of Siobhan & Associates, who was the lead auditor for the 2018-19 Independent District Audit. Tonight, we're going to go over the findings that were presented in the audit report that you have. I also want to make note that we did receive an extension on the submission of the audit until February 15th due to the Kincaid fires. This audit report was completed and submitted to the county and state prior to the deadline of February 15th and is now being presented to you for acceptance. With that, I'm going to ask Mr. Pham from Siobhan & Associates to say a few words about the process that he and his team went through and the results of the audit After that, Mr. Dantos will talk about the 5 findings from the 18-19 audit.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Superintendent and the board, for inviting us out to share with you the results of the audit. So as far as the audit process, we came out here twice this year. We came out during the interim time and we assessed the district's controls, and then we came out at the end of the year to basically crunch numbers and perform substantive procedures, as well as federal compliance and state compliance. Since you have copies of the report, I just wanted to hit on a couple of the key financial highlights for the year. As you can see, the net position for the district overall did have a slight decrease of $2.4 million, so that brings the district to a deficit of $39.3 million. And most of that is due to the district's long-term liabilities with the bonds and the pension and the OPEB plans that are out there. And then as part of the results from the FY18 audit, the district did a capital asset valuation and inventory, and there was a prior period adjustment related to that reconciliation, which brought the net position up $3.4 million. So you'll see that in the report. In terms of the district's funds, the fund balance did go down $35.4 million to $152.9 million. And most of that is just spending down of the bond funds, you know, all the construction projects you guys have going on. So that's what's decreasing the building fund. As far as the general fund, you'll see that there's a increase over the year, 5.9 million, bringing it to 31.4 million. And that's a 10.6% reserve that you guys have, so you're meeting the state standard for a district your size. Okay, in terms of the results, I'm happy to report that the district's made great strides over the years. Last year we did issue a modified opinion related to the capital assets, and this year we have an unmodified opinion, so that's great news. And even with that though, we did have some significant deficiencies still to report. So Joe, I think, is gonna go over some of those now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So Paul's referring to the findings. Every audit has findings that are addressed, and then we have to issue a corrective action plan for those. So this audit year of 2018-19, there were 5 findings that were included in the report. And just for clarification, the findings at the end of the report actually included a list of 10. The 5 first findings were current. The second 5 findings sections were actually the prior year findings. And if you look at those, they were addressed as implemented. So just for clarification, there were only 5 findings included in this report. And so the first finding was related to our capital assets. So just for a little clarification, the audit is an audited financial statement, so it includes financial reports for all of our organization's values. So there's financial statements for the capital assets, meaning all the property that we have that's included as a value of over $5,000, so buildings, things like that. So we put a financial statement to that for what it is valued at, and that is the capital assets financial statement that's included in the audit, which is the audited financial reports. And similar to the potential liabilities for our pensions, so it's just a financial statement. So back to the first audit finding. So like Paul said, we've made gains towards our financial report. I think it's a really accurate report, but we had 2 items. So we hired a company to work with us because it was a large undertaking, taking all the district's values that are over $6,000. We took inventory on all the sites, and we put we put values to each one of these assets, and we made updated depreciations, and we collected that report, and our staff reviewed it, and then we submitted it to the auditor. Paul's firm audited it, and he found 2 findings that came up in the audit. One was the Arch Charter had a project that had a certain level of financing. We had some matching funds, some loans that we took out, and that's in our operations, but when we put a value to it, one of those items was overlooked, so the value of it based on a financial system was somewhat understated. So that was one of the items. The other one was, can you hear me okay? Okay. The other one was we had some roofing projects that actually finished, but we had included them in the construction in progress. So we need to take those out and put them into the completed and start depreciating them. So those were the items. So the finding allows us to then next year continue the work to finish that report, make it perfect, and then address this finding. So our corrective action for this first finding plan is to do that work. And we anticipate with that work, this finding being resolved and not through working with Paul and our consultant and our current staff, just to update those ones and put the final touches on that report to address this finding. Any questions on that finding? Yeah.
I think it also talked about depreciation as unreliable, right?
Correct.
And
so
I'm curious as to what the extent of that unreliability is and what's being done around that.
So the financial report is updated every year. So every year we have this financial report, and every year the financial report is updated with a new depreciation number to give us an accurate financial statement. Did you want to add more on that?
I can add a little bit. So part of what we found that Joe was describing was the construction projects that weren't placed in use. And so since they were still listed as construction in progress, they weren't being depreciated. And so once you place them in service, you then begin the depreciation process. And then also, because of the valuation of the charter school wasn't accurate, that depreciation amount, the base for the depreciation was off, so.
So now we have the opportunity to update that. Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna ask, was it just this specific project, or is this something like a recurring issue that we saw in multiple projects?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Those were the specific ones that we came across. So with the valuation and the inventory, the actuarial that the district did, that gives you guys a nice clean baseline to start from. And then so Joe and his team, they're gonna reassess that, make sure that, they're gonna work with that consultant to get them, to a good spot. And then from there, they can just move forward. As new assets being added, new construction's being done, at least we've got a good starting point. So we expect to see a much cleaner capital asset schedule this coming year.
Yeah, so these were the specific turf projects. They finished, so they were performed that year, and they actually finished that year. But we, through our work, we thought that they finished actually in the following year. So we kept them as construction in progress. So now we'll identify that, get them back into the right year, depreciate them appropriately, and update the capital assets report for this current year, 1920. Okay, so the second finding was regarding our Title III program. So this is included in the audit, but the financial work was included in the unaudited actuals. In 2018-19, we had a federal program monitoring review done for us by the Department of Education, and we had budgeted our services, and we had gone and performed those services and spent that money. During the federal program review, the CDE, they're really there to help us. We interpret things. We had some positions that we thought were perfectly appropriate for Title III expenditures and some different expenses, but during the federal program monitoring review, they said actually that is considered a non-allowable expense. So we had to remove those expenses out of that fund and then use that money for a allowable expense. The money was able to be carried forward into 1920 where we can spend it, and we are spending and we have plans, but if it's not spent in 1920, then we will have to return that money to the CDE. Now, it doesn't change future allocations. We still get those same entitlements and for those students, but man, that's pretty common for how the consolidated federal grants work. So we do have corrective action of we've changed the organization around our state and federal department to where now we have a smooth approval stream of expenditures through a coordinator in that position. The corrective action plan is monitoring expenses through escape requisition approvals, monitoring position approvals through that coordinator, and improving those policies for properly expending Title III and all federal funding. So are there any questions on that for our clarifications? Okay. So the third finding is internal controls over compliance. So we operate our child nutritional services. We have a service where we contract out with other school districts for them to purchase our meals, and then we request funding from the child nutritional program at CDE based on that. And so we issued contracts to school districts for those values. Now, the contracts were organized and they were sent to the school districts. I didn't actually get them the signed, fully executed copies back. So that is the gist around the findings. So the corrective action is, this was in a time when we did have some administrative things that weren't in place that are today. We have Ed at the head of now running the program. So, and we do note this finding, and the correction action is the policy to follow through with executing contracts and returning those for signature. There was no financial impact related to this. There was no, but it was just a note. That is internal controls and policies that we are undertaking for improvements. Is there any questions on that?
Yeah, my question is, it sounds like, this was an issue of personnel. There was maybe because one person was transitioning out and one came in, something got lost along the way. But I'm curious, if that similar situation were to happen again, in the recommendation, it seems like it's just assigning that there's personnel assigned to monitor the program. Is it still just down to one individual, or is there a two-person system where while someone's gone and someone who comes in, it's still monitored, I guess?
Yes, Director Medina, I agree completely with that. And you are correct, there was a transition of personnel in the CNS department during this time period where accountability may not have been what was perceived or presented to myself and others at the district office level. With that transition and then the installation of our new CNS director, Mr. Burke, who we'll also talk about on another finding, with the actions that we've already taken in terms of the systems that we use for compliance, including the transition to Titan for record keeping, not only for this type of item, but also for our free and reduced lunch counts and the proper student identification and tracking of that. We are now putting in mechanisms to ensure that this doesn't happen in the future and that there is oversight. This would be similar for some of you that were here. We had always seem to have the ASB findings on the audit. And we took proactive steps to change that system and do training to ensure that those findings no longer appear on an annual basis.
Okay, so that moving into finding number 4, that is the update on CalPADS, which is our student data in relation to what we reported to CalPADS for our free and reduced meal students in 18-19, and they came back finding that what we had uploaded to CalPADS during their investigation and their sampling of our students, they found these students that we reported didn't have the proper documentation for qualifying as free and reduced meal programs. So the result of the audit is updating CalPADS, and the resulting will be approximately $114,000 reduction in our supplemental concentration grant funding that is based on our unduplicated pupil count. So we have a plan that the CNS department, the data, student data and testing department have derived that includes the new point of sale software, Titan, that we're using, that has controls that help. During the 18-19 audit year, we were using a software called NutriKid Systems. This Titan allows some expiration notices, automatically expires temporary carryover eligibility, which I think was probably one of the strongest contributors to this. And then CNS department will verify those as well. And then, are there any questions? So we have a new plan that has been implemented that we are following for 1920 that will avoid future larger scale CalPADS reports. CalPADS is a hard one. Over 15,000 students having some findings in CalPADS, a couple, can be somewhat regular, I think, but this level is somewhat. Did you want to add to that?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Dantos, I'm wondering if this oversight on the counting of the unduplicated kids and free and reduced meals, is that part of our whole push to really get more kids identified and we just over-identified?
In my opinion, no. We pushed, and so we weren't pushing to get, we were pushing to get the documentation. We got the documentation that we felt was reliable and good. This was when we pulled the documentation out of NutriKids, there was some carryover from prior year students that were identified as free and reduced meal programs that in the current year weren't. So we needed to remove those and clean those up. So now Titan has a notice of expiration of students that, and Rand and Ed are here to add questions to them. Maybe you guys want to address that, or Rick.
So I would say this is similar to what we talked about with the previous finding. This was also during a transition period where data received between CNS and the data team that's responsible for uploading to CalPADS was given, and then I believe another report was given that we thought was accurate at that point based on the information we could obtain. It then was uploaded and then ultimately audited by Paul and his team. This was one of the reasons why we did switch systems, was to ensure compliance with CalPADS reporting, especially for our unduplicated pupil count. And we're already seeing benefits from that system with identification and allocation as we go through the year, which will only get stronger as we ramp up for the 2020-21 school year, and once again having to go out to receive applications starting July 1.
Okay, so for the final finding, number 5.
Well, sorry, just ask a question on that. So just to be clear that I understand what was happening, students were FRM, but some were also classified as EL, but they shouldn't have been EL, and so we counted them twice. That's kind of what happened.
So no, but that is how it works. You can't unduplicate people, you can't count them twice, but these were, so Paul, when he sampled these students, he ensured that they were not qualified through EL or foster youth. So these were only people that we qualified, students that we qualified as free and reduced meals, that when we pulled that report out of NutriKids, which is where we document our free and reduced meal program, that data came through that didn't support the applications that we had.
And in terms of the recommendation, it says a timely manner. By timely, I'm presuming it means before the census date?
Oh, yes.
And should the recommendation be more specific to what timely means?
So the free and reduced meal, free and reduced meal students are eligible to receive for the first 30 days, I believe, of the school year. But then, so during those time frame, we have to collect all those updated applications and get a whole new qualification for every student regardless. They can never carry over. So when we document those in Titan now, they have to be accurate to the applications that we receive that, right, the first month of the school. And Titan has a alarm set up in it that says this is a prior year application, which is correct, right? Yeah. So it's implemented right now, but we really will do the work as soon as school starts next year, when we collect those applications and then verify them through CNS and Rand's department, and make sure that what we certify with CalPADS is indeed representative of the applications that we received in that first couple weeks of the school year.
So I guess just what I'm trying to get at, and maybe staff can bring this in the future or something, but in terms of the recommendation is for it to be done in a timely manner, like maybe for accountability's sake in the future, what specifies or what specific period is a timely manner so that we could, know.
So to answer your question, Director Medina, beyond census day, what you mentioned, free and reduced eligibility for the entire school year goes to students who enter our district up until October 31st. So census day is the first Wednesday of October, but any student arriving at any of our schools up until October 31st are eligible for free and reduced meals that count towards our unduplicated pupil count for CalPADS. So really the timely information is making sure that CNS staff are processing and checking applications as they go into the system, and then we can pull those reports. Our first report we do pull on census day to get preliminary estimates, and then we have a follow-up report that comes on November 1, close of business on October 31st. So once that report comes, then it can be validated through the data department in coordination with CNS. Those final numbers can then be submitted to CalPADS as part of Fall 1 submission that's due in early December.
So the fourth finding was our after school and the fifth and final finding was our after school safety and education program grant that we get. So during 2018-19, we had contracted out with Creative Brain to provide those services. We do not get funding on attendance. However, we have to report attendance as a program responsibility. Through the contract with Creative Brain, they had the service of keeping that attendance for us and then reporting that to attendance to us, and then we report that attendance on to the CDE as part of that grant responsibility. So moving forward, we have we're partnering with Boys and Girls Club, who we had partnered before as well, so we have a process for attendance taking. They take that attendance and report it to us, and we verify that attendance and send it to the state. So I think that we would continue the attendance reporting that we've always had with Boys and Girls Club and implement those processes and avoid this finding in the future. Are there any questions on that one?
I'll also note that this was one of the reasons why we made a transition to a new after-school provider last year.
So that is the findings in the report, and our corrective action plan for those findings. So I'll turn it back over to you, Rick.
And I'll turn it back over to the board for any questions.
I'd like to entertain a motion on this. It's an action item.
I move to accept the acceptance of the 2018-19 Independent Audit Report and Corrective Action Plan.
I'll second.
That would be motion by Director Jill McCormick, and seconded by Vice President Ed Sheffield.
Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Aye.
Director Montieri?
Aye.
Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director Medina?
Aye.
President Fong?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pham.
I need 1 moment to pass out material.
You gonna pass out? Old teacher joke, right? All right, we are on E2. It's an action item, Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan, Part 1. Specific actions for the fiscal year 2019-20.
Thank you, President Fong.
And we have public comment cards after your
presentation.
Yeah.
Stacy. Good evening once again, President Fong, members of the board, Superintendent Kitamura. Tonight I'm going to start by saying, or tag on to what Will said during the SRTA President's address, that I too don't believe that we're at jeopardy of a state takeover, and we are doing this tonight in order to provide fiscal solvency as we move forward with our budget. I'll also plug the Schools and Communities Act. That Prop 13 and changing that is not the same Prop 13 that's on the March 3rd ballot. Completely different, and doing two different things that would benefit schools under each. But Prop 13 on March 3rd is for facility bonds in the state of California for K-14 education, and not for repealing property taxes at your home. So with that tonight, I'm very happy to be here under these conditions with the work that we're going to show you, and explaining the process that we went through with the Fiscal Stabilization Plan Part 1 that we're presenting tonight. As we've discussed since last spring,
I don't know if you guys noticed, but I think every administrator, or almost every administrator, is in the house tonight. Let's give it up for them. And they're hungry because they came straight from work to here, so I gave them some trail mix. Super Deputy Dog, I'm sorry.
So as we discussed in the spring and at first interim report, we have some work in front of us in order to provide fiscal solvency as required by the state with our current year plus our 2 out years. So tonight we're going to go through some slides that you've seen before plus some additional slides. The first 2 that I want to talk about is a board cover clarification. In the midst of creating the fiscal stabilization plan, getting recommendations from the BAC and Superintendent Kitamura, there were a couple of errors, one due to probably these fingers typing, and another one due to our agenda system. So I have provided to each of you what the board cover should look like for expenditure reductions. I'm also showing it up on the screen. The elementary reading teachers were properly noted in the fiscal stabilization plan PDF and on the website as unfilled or vacant positions, but had a cost associated with them still that should have been removed. On the notes that were on the board cover only, reduction due to a decrease in expenditures was a copy and paste error from the revenue enhancements, along with the next 2 that said this was a one-time shift. Those 3 comments should not have been in there, and that was the error that happened when 2 people had the agenda item open at the same time Friday afternoon as we were posting the agenda. So they were removed, and then because somebody hit save after someone else hit save, who will remain nameless, they unfortunately showed back up. So that was a board cover clarification, which also on the fiscal stabilization plan, there is a link up here for the revised plan that will be available that shows that it was eliminate unfilled positions. We do not have any unfilled positions at this time, so this should have been a 0, and these items, these numbers were struck out and then modified, recommended by the superintendent, which is in the slide packet that you have on page 3, I believe. And also provided for revised subtotal of certificated personnel, showing that because of those numbers being removed, there is a decrease in the amount of savings that the fiscal stabilization plan part 1 could provide moving forward. And I've given each of you a copy of the updated board cover, a copy of the fiscal stabilization plan, and a copy of the presentation with the noted updates to it. So as we get into this, this is just a reminder about the annual budget cycle that we go through in December. We had a circle around here for first interim, and tonight we're talking about the fiscal stabilization plan because at first interim, we had unidentified future spending reductions noted in our multi-year projection. We're now getting ready for our second interim report, where we'll talk about the budget in detail, of where we're at in the current year and what it looks like moving forward at the March 11th board meeting. At that time, as we present the second interim, we will once again self-certify positive, qualified, and certainly not negative. But I can't share that information with you because we're still working on the final numbers in preparation for posting on the board agenda next Friday night. If we are still qualified at second interim, that will trigger the third interim report for the financial status of the district through April 30th. That will be presented in May, the second board meeting in May, prior to the June public hearing and adoption of the 2020-21 budget. So just a reminder, this is taken from the first interim report. In big bold red is future unidentified fiscal stabilization measures, and that's where we get the approximately $12.9 million in future spending reductions that have to occur in order to show fiscal solvency in our out year. I will remind everyone that when we look at fiscal stabilization measures, certainly one-time cuts help us, but ongoing cuts keep going on. And so able to identify around $6 million for cuts in fiscal year 2021 will allow those ongoing cuts to carry into fiscal year 21-22. So that it's not a $13 million cut in the third year in one time to show fiscal solvency. This shows that with those approximately $12.9 million in reductions, we'd have an unassigned, unappropriated ending balance of approximately $15, which puts us at the qualified status at the first interim report. So as a reminder, qualified certification, the district may not meet its financial obligations for the current fiscal year or the subsequent 2 years. That's a qualified certification. Last year, if you recall, both our first interim and second interim reports were positively certified for the first time in a couple of years. And we knew that we would likely be qualified at first interim with the adjustments we made to the budget last year, as well as settling negotiations with both CSEA and SRTA, much needed settlements for both of those organizations. This again is our revenue versus expenditure line, where you can see the line that also is shadowed by the black line. Those are the anticipated needed reductions in order to show fiscal solvency in the third year. So as we discussed at first interim, part of the process that we were taking on, and we discussed this last spring as well, was the reconvening of the Budget Advisory Committee to make recommendations to the superintendent, who ultimately makes recommendations as she is doing tonight to each of you. The Budget Advisory Committee has met 7 times since September, looking at district budgets, gathering information, discussing revenue enhancements and expenditure reductions, and then prepared the recommendation to give to the superintendent and to the board. I would like to acknowledge the Budget Advisory Committee members. I'll say attendance was nearly 100% for every meeting, where a lot of good discussion, a lot of great questions, and a lot of great suggestions on what we could potentially bring forward were shared in those meetings, including representation from CSEA, SRTA, district and site administrators, community representation, parent representation, even a student representative who, unfortunately for us this year, I think it only could attend 1 or 2 meetings because of his college schedule of evening classes. And then the meetings were facilitated by Mr. Dantos and myself moving forward.
Could we have the people who are on the Budget Advisory Committee in the audience that I see please stand up? Thank you, guys.
Again, thank you from me as well. So as we go through this, a little flow chart with a pencil showing really what we were tasked with during this process was to convene or reconvene the Budget Advisory Committee for this year, have recommendations that were forwarded to the superintendent. The superintendent makes recommendations to the board, and the board takes actions on all, none, or some for inclusion, not only in the 2021 budget, but also they'll be incorporated into the second interim report for the 1920 school year. As I mentioned, that will come back on March 11th for consideration. through the fiscal stabilization plan part 1, we identified revenue enhancements as well as expenditure reductions, including a movement of some of our fund sources and the impacts to, with the expenditure reductions that we have put forward tonight, because of the reduction, that automatically triggers a reduction to routinely restricted maintenance and our reserve for economic uncertainty. So you can see with the numbers provided based on the recommendations, this would be the impact to both of those funds that show actually a revenue enhancement. Another item, or two other items, A3 and A4, are one-time transfer of funds to the general fund, including the reserve from Fund 09, which is our charter fund, and the reserve of our self-insured dental fund of Fund 67 as one-time movements to general fund. We're able to do this, one, because we have oversight over these as dependent charters, and the money can be housed in alternative funds than 09, knowing that these funds may in the future need to be used for charter schools. Are there any questions on this? Or through Lori?
Just clarifying, so is the transfer of these funds so that we meet like our minimum reserve, or?
So right now, and we'll discuss this in greater detail when we present the second interim of where that money is going to be housed, but right now it would be a transfer in there that would help meet the minimum reserve.
Okay, I'll hold that question until you discuss it further.
No. Are there any questions on this? Should we just take questions on slide by slide? Would that be easiest? Are there any questions on this slide for right now?
I guess just on that, I was just curious. So it sounds like, for example, on A3, you're moving the $3 million so we can meet our minimum reserve. I'm wondering, because I don't understand, does the Fund 09 have any required minimum reserve?
No, the Fund 09, the charter schools have no minimum required reserve. They're required to be financially responsible, but us as a providing oversight for those charters, we are financially responsible for those charters, so this won't affect their operations, they won't affect their instructional programs, it won't affect them not requiring fiscal stability as well, which they will have to be provided. We will just hold the reserves in the Fund 01 general fund.
And let's say that, I don't know, in the future we come into a lot of money, would there be, we can return that money to that reserve? Should that weird possibility ever happen?
Yes. Absolutely.
Yes.
So what is the point of having the Fund 09 if it's just a reserve that?
Well, the point is we are fiscally responsible for those charter schools. So the point is with them having a reserve that, you know, provides more assurances they would be fiscally solvent, but at the same time, we have a requirement to meet our district-wide minimum reserve of 3%. So it would be along those strategic lines to do that, but while continuing to be fiscally responsible for charters as well. And so they will have their budgets as well, and they will have their own revenues and expenditures, and they will perform their services as, you know, they're within their charter missions, and at the end of the year they will have their own ending surpluses or deficits that will be covered in their budget, and they have responsibilities in SACs to certify as meeting their financial responsibilities as well. They just don't have the requirement of holding a 3% minimum reserve. And, you know, the transfer would be documented, and in the future, when we become more fiscally stable through, you know, means hopefully with, you know, I could go on that, but I'm just gonna leave it at that. but we would, I think it would be wise to bring this up and say, how do we want to address the charter's reserves at that point?
I think the only other question, I have a question. In terms of the monies that go into Fund 9 right now that are part of that reserve, where do those funds currently come from? Are they funds that come from the pupil funds, or ADA funds from the schools?
Yes, each charter is their own, technically their own LEA. So it's money generated by pupils as dependent charters in our school district.
And without doing this, we wouldn't meet our minimum reserve requirements?
No, we would still meet them. We would have to show additional cuts beyond this as a one-time movement of essentially housing the money in a different fund. The unidentified, prior to the presentation tonight, the unidentified fiscal stabilization measures is the same number. We would still have to find 12.9 million. This just helps us as we are still exploring and looking for other options for reductions. And we'll talk about fiscal stabilization part 2 towards the end of the presentation. Certificate administration is eliminate administrators on special assignment, showing savings of approximately $250,000 and $257,000 in the next 2 years. Moving forward, those were administrators that were helping out at the district office that have now been placed at school sites. Certificated personnel on this slide, if you look at the packet I sent you, it will reflect what's up on the screen, or the packet that I handed out with the changes noted to the board cover and the fiscal stabilization plan. Is to do not fill and eliminate vacant and partial secondary TOSA positions, equaling approximately 6.7 full-time equivalents, with a savings of approximately $1.2 million over our 2 out years. D2 is eliminate unfilled positions of elementary reading teachers. Currently, we have no unfilled positions, so that number drops to 0 for right now. That's why there's a strike through on the numbers and the adjusted subtotal at the bottom. And then the elimination of sole counselors. Currently, there are 5 FTE, and 3 of those positions are vacant for a expenditure reduction of approximately $947,000.
I have a question about the sole counselors. Where are those counselors located? Both the folks who are sitting in filled positions as well as the unfilled positions.
So they are, the 2 that are left, they are supporting the middle schools and high schools based upon the students, the EL students that are at those sites, so they're actually roving. So they have 2 counselors roaming our entire district? For the secondary district, correct.
Just the secondary district. How many students do they serve?
Edavie has approximately 600 each.
How do they do that?
It has been very challenging, that is for sure. One of the things that Edavie House has done this year is that she has really conducted a needs assessment around what are the next steps for our EL students. And so it's not to say that those services aren't needed. However, one of the things that we're really hearing back from teachers is they really need direct supports for teachers in the classrooms. And that's really looking at those needs, what are the next steps, and how we are truly implementing our EL master plan.
Mm-hmm. And are the, let's see, you said there are 2 people in there now, so there's 3 vacant positions. Is there, how long have they been vacant and why have they been vacant?
So based upon the needs assessment, we decided to hold the positions open. We actually, I think maybe the first year of rollout we had a 5, but primarily it's been around 4.
And do you have the the plan for what to do when these positions are discontinued yet?
So it's in the works currently, and it's something we'll be bringing back to the board. I don't know if Dr. Kitamura would like to add to that.
Well, the services will continue until the end of the year. What we have in various meetings, I believe, and we'll bring this to the board, be able to start a World House in the fall. And so the services of and the restructuring for the SOL counselors will be in those areas. The need is not going away, it's just going to be different.
Thank you.
And Superintendent Kitamura, maybe more clarification. So the understanding is that the decision to hold these positions was because of the World House.
Actually, we were having difficulty with bilingual counselors filling these positions. And in fact, at one point, the 4th or 5th counselor was not bilingual. And I think that defeats the purpose of what we're doing. And so
we were just not able to find the people for
right. And then
positions.
When Ms. Rojas left last year, it was, it was a big gap. And what we saw and what Director Llamas discovered through the needs assessment, that at the beginning of the work of the SOL counselors, reclassification was really an issue because we didn't have systems and we didn't have things in place. And they were instrumental in getting that into a structure and a system. Now that we have reclassified so many students, the work needs to shift. That's very important. What we found is our family engagement facilitators have been a huge part of reclassification. And so we would like to see that the counseling services for our EL students shift to really working together for newcomers, or what's going to happen at a World House school with regard to bilingual core content instruction and the services needed for our EL students to apply to the kinds of universities that we're seeing other World Houses be able to do.
I'm curious in terms of the services that the SOL counselors provide, and up until the point that we get to whether this World House model thing happens, well, I'm curious as to what the adverse impact of not having those filled right now is, and in eliminating them, what's going to be the impact if it's 1,200 students that are supposed to be supported by these positions.
So, I mean, obviously from the first part of your question, how they're able to address the needs of the 600 obviously has changed from how it was last year with 4 SOL counselors. By creating a World House and having the old, now it's called LPAC, but having 1s and 2s at a site and being able to really provide specific services, I think that's going to be really beneficial, not just to those students, but obviously for the totality of the district, because then we can actually focus resources at one site versus sort of how it is now, where it's, you may have on, a school site, you may only have 2 newcomers versus another site where you may have up to 90 newcomers. And so if they're all at one site, being able to utilize that resources effectively, I think will be helpful. This is something that we actually plan on bringing back to the board within the next month or so with the ideas and the plans. We had the opportunity, I believe that President Fong spoke about this in attending Tennyson High School in Hayward, where they have a very strong program. We know we need to go back with teachers, but we wanted to sort of see initially what they're doing, and they really are serving kids tremendously, so well that those students who start there at the World House actually continue to stay on at Tennyson High School because they found it to be such a family-oriented place in which they just wanted to stay because it wasn't their home school.
And so these figures right here, this is assuming the elimination of all 5 positions in the future. And what I do wonder, given that there's thoughts about a new program in the future, if that new program would come at an increased cost, that would then put us back in the same, offset situation. But I don't know if that can be addressed now, since I don't think that program has been developed.
Director Medina, if I could kind of shed some light on this too. We're also, as you all know, we're looking at new LCAP goals. This position is currently funded from the LCAP. And doing reclassification work cannot be funded, let's say, by title programs. However, if this position serves title students in non-mandatory, so we're not supplanting or we're supplementing, then the repurposing of this money can come from title dollars. So because we're not clear of all that, one of the things that we need to do, of course, by the March 15th notice any employees that are in the position. So because we are still designing that, we think we may be able to shift some money through that and use title dollars that may accomplish similar things and really work on our struggling title students, disproportionality, and all the other things that we've come to the board before previously.
So you're saying these are currently not funded by those dollars?
They're not. They're currently out of LCAP funded.
I also think that with the change in where we are in terms of our EL students and changes that need to come, I believe in the EL master plan, is also going to change the job description and expectations. And so I think that that's all a part of this so that it meets the needs of where we are now, not where we were when we started this in the LCAP 4 years ago, so.
When you do come back with the proposal and talk to us more specifically about World House program and shifting towards that and focusing it all on one site, can you also bring some financial models? Because I agree with Director Medina. I want to make sure that it's serving the students better and it's also financially more sound than what we're doing now. So if we're spreading resources too thin right now, I want to make sure that's addressed and it's not just a program presentation, that we also have the financial piece in there as well. Thank you.
Will do.
Do you have a sense of when that's going to come back to us? The World Health Plan?
Within the month.
Okay. And then my other question is that, given that we found 2 bilingual counselors and apparently they're unicorns, can we hang on to them somehow?
Assistant Superintendent Spector.
So as we engage in the PKS and RIF process, if those are eliminated, if they have credentials that could fill another vacancy, then they could bump into that. And if there are other positions that they are credentialed or qualified for that are also vacant that they have an interest in, because sometimes people hold multiple credentials, they could also apply for that. And we can also share with you some details on how we are searching for unicorns right now at a later date.
I say that in like tongue-in-cheek because we're not unicorns. And we're out there, I swear. But when you find them, hang on to them. So I just want to shout out for that. I think that was my last question. Thanks.
Yes, I want to reiterate that we do not want to lose bilingual pupil personnel services credentialed folks. And so it's going to come. We'll bring it forward.
On item E1, this is to eliminate 3 vacant student engagement positions, resulting in approximately $322,000 of savings in the out year. Items F1 through 7, excuse me, are generally operational items, replacing Naviance software, replacing Let's Go Learn software. In 2021-22, we are not going to renew the Synergistics contract that was to provide energy savings at a savings of approximately $400,000 annually. We also, as you may recall, we had the PG&E OBF presentation a couple of weeks ago with their estimated savings of approximately $800,000 a year with the implementation of lights and lighting controls. resulting in about $400,000 after we pay off the financing portion of the on-bill financing program. There will also be additional savings that we're not capturing yet until we get some firm data from the Prop 39 projects that also occurred. Once we get better estimates or projections right now, then we will update that number as well, which should be significantly higher, especially in the out year. A couple of smaller ones, but reduction in district office furniture and office equipment budget, as well as reducing the budget for meals to provide only light snacks and refreshments, and then eliminating the admin SCO induction program and creating a program to serve our new administrators in-house.
So my question is, with F1 and F2, are these figures just the cost or the savings from eliminating, or is it the difference between eliminating and replacing?
It's the projected difference between the two software programs.
Another question too. These vacant student engagement positions, where are they? And is that another question of kind of holding positions open because they weren't getting filled, or which ones? Can I talk about that?
So Burbank, Steel Lane, and Monroe, is that what you just said?
And Lincoln?
And Lincoln.
So those feel like really important schools for us to have student engagement happening. I noticed that we're not cutting them from schools that feel slightly more well-resourced in our district. Can we talk about like why it was hard to fill them, or what's going on there?
Staff can talk about that. The reason it's for those schools is because of concentration funds, because they earn concentration dollars for their student population. The student engagement workers were paid from those funds. Staff will need to answer about the recruitment for those positions.
So I can speak to it a little bit, and maybe Kelly can come down here and also speak to it since she oversees them. But you know, some of these positions, like other positions and underneath the classified, have been hard to fill. Trying to get the right people in there at the right time, and maybe you can speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, so the other 4 schools that have student engagement that are currently in place would be Helen Lehman, Biella, Brook Hill, and Monroe. So they are our 7 elementary schools that do get the concentration, so they're not at, say, Hidden Valley or Proctor Terrace or some of our other sites. They are hard positions to fill sometimes, just like with a lot of our positions. We are looking for the right candidate and candidates that are interested in that position. It's a great position. The people that we have in it do a great job, but the sites that currently have vacancies have had vacancies for a while, and people that kind of come and go, and they've not had secure folks. And so they're still currently looking for folks pending the decision.
Have you heard from any of the candidates that's an issue of the pay or the part-time, the way it's a part-time position?
No,
okay.
I've not heard that specifically.
What is the pay for student engagement position?
I don't know.
And it's not a full-time position? Is that what?
Sorry?
It's not a full-time position?
It is a full-time position.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
He's looking up the cost of, it's range 20, I'm not sure what that is. Hold on, he's working on it.
I think the concern of the board is that it's not that we don't need these people, but the fact that we can't fill it. We want to look at different ways to fill the need, right?
Right. Yeah, my concern is, you know, it's like when you look at, and I know I just had an awesome time at the Biella Crab Feed, and looking at the ways in which, you know, these positions really develop community and create a sense of, you know, that everybody's got a place and people are actively engaged in making that happen. I can't imagine better places to make sure that we continue to do that important work than Lincoln, Burbank, and Steele. So I'm wondering, you know, what goes into place when these schools that are in need and have concentration funds to go to this work, what is our plan to replace this function? And what is the cost of that if it's not this?
So to our board members, I want to remind ourselves, myself too, that we need to limit our questions because we do have some comment cards too from the public. So Director Medina.
So just again, I think if I recall back when LCAP first got implemented, these positions were part of like the LCAP. I'm curious if they're still part of that and what impact does not having these positions have on our LCAP goals?
Well, as we're transitioning to new goals, we're just really starting to begin to look at those goals and based upon the work that you guys have done and how all of this aligns, and that's the other piece that we're bringing back to the board in the next month or so, the timeline, and also we'll be working with SRTA and CSA about sort of what these new goals mean and how do our current practices align to them, and also what are future ideas that we can come up together to be able to address sort of these new goals. So I don't have a specific answer for you yet. Obviously, I can tell you that I think the most of the positions within our LCAP support Goal 1 and Goal 2. So that was the intent 6 years ago, that they're not, that the two sides that we sort of oversee are not sort of siloed, but we are creating sort of the whole child together.
And just since you're touching on new LCAP goals, what's the timeline for developing new LCAP goals?
Well, the timeline really is based upon that last meeting in June when the LCAP has to be approved, and so we have to timeline backwards from them. We are a bit behind. There's many reasons that we're behind. I think Dr. Kitamura just addressed this a couple meetings ago. There's a new LCAP template that was just released in January. The dashboard was also delayed. And we also had to wait to find out something that I think is really exciting, which is we only have to have one LCAP for our 2 districts. And also the approval of the strategic plan to create the new LCAP goals. So that being said, we now have to backwards plan from that meeting and bring that forward. But I would say that in the next several meetings, you will have LCAP updates about how that's looking and how we're moving forward.
Director De La Cruz, your answer, the starting salary for student engagement is $1624. Step 1, step 6 is $2073.
Continuing on with the F items, F8 and F9 are alignment of resources with our maintenance and operations department, recognizing the work that they're doing towards deferred maintenance as well, and aligning those budgets out of unrestricted dollars into restricted $8150 that is funded through the 3% routine restricted maintenance minimum based off of expenditures. Discontinuing the employee assistance program. What we found, and Assistant Superintendent Spector can talk to this too, is that it was not being used, and employees that were using an employee assistance program were using it through their own healthcare or medical providers. Also as we know in June, oftentimes there's seemingly a windfall of money when open positions drop to the bottom line. And so we're realizing the encumbered budget of those open positions at this point in time for incorporation into the second interim rather than waiting till the June budget. And then the nursing program reimbursement reduction is a reduction in the budget for that program, knowing with the reduction they still have enough funds to cover the need to reimburse through the program. Total of the F items is approximately $3.5 million savings in the out year. This is just a synopsis of the budget reduction showing with the corrections noted that the Fiscal Stabilization Plan Part 1 identifies approximately $10.7 million of reductions over the next 2 years. Talking about financial status, Fiscal Stabilization Plan Part 1 really provides the foundation to meet our target of $12.9 million at first interim. And as we do that and as we go through this process tonight, it's also important to note those 3 or 4 items in bold that we have to be cognizant of and take seriously as we go through this process. including employee negotiations for both CSEA and SRTA over the course of this year and next. As we saw with the governor's budget revise and the downgrade of COLA, uncertain education funding in California, as Joel and I both lose sleep at night waiting for the May revision to see what happens then. And then the fact that we continue on a declining enrollment trend with less students creates unwanted opportunities for us with budget in terms of having to reduce to staff appropriately for the students that are enrolled in our district. There'll be additional information about these items on the March 11th report on the second interim. So as we go forward, we presented the audit report tonight as well as the superintendent's recommendations to the board for the fiscal stabilization plan. Second interim will be at the next board meeting along with our budget assumptions. And then we go back to work with the Budget Advisory Committee to work on fiscal stabilization plan part 2 for the 2021 budget. Like I mentioned, eagerly awaiting the May revision, as well as, depending on the outcome of the March 11th meeting, the third interim report if needed in May, ending with the public hearings and budget adoption, as well as the LCAP public hearing and the LCAP adoption in June. And with that, we'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Budget Committee for this hard work. You met a lot, and you were, I'm sure, careful in your deliberations. So we have some speaker cards here from the public, and we have 4 people speaking. I'm going to read all your names, and you could just come up in order. Victor Pena, Dino Battaglini, Jeff Gospi, and Sal Barrera. Is Victor still here? Oh, there you are, okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. SRTA President and members, Board of Directors, Assistant Superintendents, and Superintendent Dr. Kitamura. My name is Victor Pena, President of MECHA at Santa Rosa High School. I also want to say thank you to all those people who responded to an email I sent out yesterday and expressed their personal thoughts. Today I will be speaking upon action item E2, the Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan, Part 1, specific actions for the fiscal year 2019-2020, second interim report. While going through the board's agenda for today last Friday evening, I was saddened to come across all the proposed cuts for our district and understand they need to be done. But overall, it broke my heart finding the recommended termination of SRCS SOL counselors. Supporting our language learners or SOL counselors are a first-line support to all students that are arriving from different countries with zero understanding of our language, or for those native students who just haven't been able to master English at a proficient level. Not only are they a great support for our newcomer community, but multiple times they have been the sole advocate for that particular community. Personally, I am able to attest to the many great accomplishments that the SOL position has attained, such as the case in advocating for AR 6146.3, the reciprocity of academic credit, and especially at Santa Rosa High School, where our designated SOL counselor, Dino Battaglini, has always been a pushing force against Santa Rosa High School's past and present counseling department in getting our overlooked EL community to walk across our field and receive a diploma. After receiving emails from board members and Dr. Kitamura today, I am able to understand that bettering our EL community is a priority to all, and that SOL will, and I quote, be going through a restructuring. I am able to comprehend what that means, but no action should be taken as long as there isn't a plan in place and in effect to supplement the work that at the moment SOL solely fulfills. Ultimately, I ask and reach to the board and superintendent to please think twice when it comes time to think about eliminating the SOL position at the moment. Because if it wasn't for that great position and individuals who executed and worked tirelessly for our underrepresented, I see these MESA present here today, down there, and I personally wouldn't be walking across our field this coming May to receive my high school diploma. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, board. Thank you, SRTA president, and thank you for the time.
Schiff Gospi.
Good evening. I'm a product of Santa Rosa City Schools. I have 2 children who still attend Santa Rosa City Schools. Was a member of the Budget Advisory Committee, and I'm also a trustee of the largest feeder district outside of Santa Rosa Elementary. And what's being presented and considered here is a significant and constructive step. It's very necessary. The process has been good. It includes a diverse group of stakeholders, has been inclusive and thoughtful. But unfortunately, your work is far from done. And I really want to stress that you remember that your district is about 70% of the enrollment is middle and high school, only 30% is elementary. And the projections for next year only have a decline of 107 kids, which essentially is flat enrollment. But at the elementary level, the last 5 years, you've seen a 9% decline at Santa Rosa Elementary. Over in our district, Rincon Valley, we've seen 11% decline. That's 415 less elementary kids. That's one whole school. And furthermore, in December, we commissioned a demographic study for our district and are projecting a 13.5% decline through 2029, another 432 kids. So you're not seeing the decline in enrollment at the middle and high school level, but you're going to, because we're seeing it in our kindergarten enrollments and TK enrollments. Also, about 36% of your cuts are one-time cuts. A lot of that is accounting in terms of taking reserves for Fund 9, the charters, using that to balance in the out year, which is important to retain a good certification. However, I'd really like to see a lot more active measures on revenue enhancements, especially enrollment, daycare, maximizing attendance, maximizing ADA. There's very little in the plan that's focused on how to produce additional revenues. Also, not only are revenues likely to decline because of declining enrollment, but we actually need to find a lot more money because we need to make significant increases in pay to our certificated and classified staff. So we're gonna have less students and less staff, but we're actually gonna need to be paying them more, and that's gonna put more pressure on the budget as well. So I do encourage you to keep the Budget Advisory Committee going. There's a lot more work to do, and any dollar you can save next year is $3 you're saving or more because of the cumulative effect. But a lot of what you have is one time, and also it's, they're not all easy cuts, especially the ones that are vacant are a little bit easier, but unfortunately there's a lot more that's gonna need to be done. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you, Jeff. Dino, you're not speaking?
Sal Barrera.
Mr. Barrera.
Good evening, board members, Soul Counselor. I heard some more board members talking about me being bilingual, not only bilingual, but bicultural, English learner, first generation college student. We would like to start off by being crystal clear that the Soul Counselors are not writing this letter of concern in hopes of keeping our job. We are both deep in the seniority list with several counselors hired after us. We are writing this letter because we are greatly concerned for our English learner population and unconscious biases, inequities that exist in SRCS which directly affect our English learner students and families. Without the Soul Counselors to advocate for our EL students, we are extremely concerned that the inequity and unconscious bias culture that still exists within RCS will return to the level prior to the hiring of Soul Counselors. We are confused and we hope someone can help us understand the reasoning behind eliminating all of the Soul Counselor positions. Over the last few years, there has been quite a few discussions regarding equity with our ELs and students of color. Based on the proposed expenditure reductions and the revenue enhancements recommendations listed on the board agenda for tonight, the Soul Counselors positions are the only full-time certificated positions being recommended for complete elimination versus the elimination of vacant positions. The sole counselor positions are also the only positions listed that directly work and advocate for the targeted, underrepresented students population who have been at the center of many recent inequity conversations. That is why we have a great concern.
Good evening, Dino Badalini, Sole Counselor. 3 years ago, the Sole Counselors had a meeting in regards to international transcript transfer credits. During our meeting, a non-school Sole Counselor, but a Santa Rosa City Schools employee, said to us, well, directed us, that students from Mexico will not receive high school English credit, but students from Europe will receive high school English credit. This person continued to defend that statement and give the rationale as, this statement is the assumption and the bias that still exists that English taught in Mexico is not at the same level of English taught throughout Europe. Since then, the Sole Counselors worked tenaciously with administration to address this issue, and after 2.5 years of constant badgering, discussions, questioning, I want to thank the board for finally approving a new international transcript credit award this last semester. Thank you. But it did take 2.5 years. And I know certain that there are over 8 students that did not graduate because they transferred in their junior year or after, that did not have those credits, even though they had it listed on their home transcripts from a Latin American country, but they did not receive those credits and therefore either dropped out or did not graduate. These are the inequities that we're talking about that still exist in Santa Rosa City Schools. We mentioned earlier that our jobs as a Sole Counselor are still gonna be addressing EL and advocating for the EL students. Then why, I'm confused of, then why are we eliminating the positions entirely? We understand the need of reductions, but we also are very confused in why are we having all these equity conversations, but we're eliminating the positions that are fighting for underrepresented, marginalized students. That's what I'm hoping that we could really come to an understanding on tonight. And Director Sheffield, to answer your question that you had earlier for clarification, there were interviews set and scheduled for 3 bilingual counselors in September, October to replace the open positions, and those interviews were pulled for a few reasons, but I just wanted to clarify that there were applicants. Do I know the quality of the applicants? No, but I do know that there were interviews set and they were bilingual applicants during that time to be able to apply for that position, and the interviews were scheduled. So we understand that our sole positions are not viewed favorably by our fellow colleagues, administrators, counselors, teachers, but it's not about that. It's
Would
about—
you finish your sentence, please?
I got it right here, last sentence. It's, we're not viewed favorably at times because of the work that we do and the tough questions and conversations that we bring forward, but we feel it is our responsibility to work on what is right and be the voice for our EL family and students, which trumps the way that we are perceived by our peers. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more card, Karen Wagon.
Hi, I'm Karen Wagner. I've been with, I'm a special ed assistant, and I've been with, I'm at Santa Rosa High School right now. I've been with Santa Rosa City Schools for 17 years, and with this Sonoma County Schools for 20 years. So as a classified worker, and we're talking about budget cuts, it's come to my attention that we're possibly getting ready to eliminate open positions. So my concern is that if we eliminate the classified positions that are open, and I know that's coming up soon, it was in the email, that people are gonna have to take on the workload, and there's gonna be teachers without assistance in the classroom. And being a paraprofessional, I know how hard it is to be in 20 different directions trying to assist special ed kids on a campus and trying to help the teachers at the same time, and staff. I mean, all staff, because I help in all the regular ed classes as well. So, so while we're on the subject of the budget, I would ask that you would really consider not eliminating classified workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. All right, so public comment is closed on that, and this is open for board. It's an action item. Director Medina.
I would like to move that we adopt a specific action for fiscal year 2019-20 with a modification that only the unfilled sole counselor positions be removed.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion with a modification that only the approval of the Fiscal Recovery Stabilization Plan Part 1, specific actions for that only, with the modification that only the unfilled sole counselor positions be eliminated. That would be 3 positions, I think. And that was seconded by Director Manieri. Do we have discussion on that?
What is the current cost of our existing sole counselors?
The cost of the existing ones, Director McCormick, roughly 100 and...
This is... So that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are the vacancies. So this is...
Right.
This is, yeah, you're looking at
Sorry.
the vacancy number.
$170,000 for our 2 current positions.
So just to be clear, we're talking about, you said $107,000?
70.
$170,000 in relation to $13 million worth of reductions that we're looking at? Okay. Thank you.
Director Medina.
Yeah, so I think just to kind of give some insight into why I decided to go this route, just because until we have like that very specific plan in place as to what's going to fill these needs, I'm not really as comfortable cutting these positions. I'd rather not cut any of them than have them filled, but until there's a new plan, I don't feel comfortable. But my question, in terms of this amendment, is what impact does it have on the certification of the budget? Would we still be in that same qualified level? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have what, we're not prepared tonight to discuss because we're still running numbers for where we're going to certify at, but it's safe to say with the reduction number that we have here will be at qualified status. This won't change the qualified status one way or another.
Director McCormick.
Just back to the World House proposal that's coming later, on top of the financial repercussions of that, I'd love to specifically hear some vision or plan on how we're currently using our sole counselors, what that's gonna look like moving toward World House, like that specific issue, how that's gonna be connected, flowed, elaborated on, whatever. But I just wanna make sure that that's addressed in our next presentation.
Definitely, and I think when we go back and we look at the job description for those LCAP counselors, that's actually what they were called, and the title I don't think has changed because they changed the name, Supporting Our Language Learners. There's also a whole piece around foster youth that was to be wrapped up with that as well, that's not really being addressed just due to only having 2. So I think we do need to look at that job description and how that ties in with the World House model, so we'll definitely be bringing that back. Dr. Sheffield.
Just along the same lines as we're going to be presented with the World House model, you know, if we have qualified, very qualified, bilingual, bicultural people that come forward, applicants, you know, applicants that we've had sitting in a holding pattern, you know, for an unfilled position, we definitely don't want to turn these people away either. We know the need is there, you know, and we know the service that they do, and we know how spread thinly the position is. It's just something that if we're going to be looking at what is a very successful model, to also be considering who we're going to have staffing these positions.
Yeah, and I would say that there were various reasons why those interviews did not move forward, and like you said, you really want to have the very best people who are able to fulfill those positions.
And bilingual people.
Yeah.
I think my only comment is in support of keeping the sole positions until we have an alternative. And just listening to your testimony tonight was so important to recognize why having a specific dedicated, you know, set of positions and set of people who share those experiences and can really deliver those services in a culturally conscious way is so critical to being able to do it successfully. So I just want to thank you and hope that you will be part of the design process and whatever comes forward, given your advocacy and your work and your continued dedication to this population. So I'm looking forward to that presentation, and thank you, Dr. Medina, for making this change. Oh, sorry, I had one more thing.
Two as a comment, yeah. You guys are so polite to each other.
You know, in line with that, just also looking at, you know, these student engagement positions, I know that at Lincoln, Superintendent Kitamura reminded me that there's the wonderful La Plaza program, which, you know, in many ways has taken up some space there that is, you know, critical to student and family engagement. And I'm just wondering if we could talk about what Burbank and Steele, what is coming into place for them. I'm also thinking of making a friendly amendment to your motion, Dr. Medina, to include at least keeping the vacant student engagement positions at Burbank and Steele open, given that Lincoln has La Plaza. But I haven't heard anything yet about what Burbank and Steele will continue to need and not have once we cut these positions with nothing else in place for them.
So I can sort of talk a little bit about the fact that, and it's different in the services, but after the 2017 fires, we did have to rely on a lot of our faith-based partnerships. We knew that we needed help with childcare and we needed places where families could go. And so there has been a push at some of our elementaries really to continue those relationships. I've met with Adam Peacock, one of the pastors who was our partner through that process, and they do have partnerships at Burbank and at Steele Lane in which members of their community do come in and help with lunch, recess, and some after-school programs, although that is not supplanting, but it's supplementing some of the work that the student engagement workers have done.
I had taken a lot of notes, but there were some things I wanted to say. And first of all, just appreciation for staff and for the Budget Advisory Committee for the work behind this. I've now, I've been through this process before. The presentation was very comprehensive and readable, very straightforward. We've come a long, long way. Some points that I wanted to pull out and show appreciation for the revenue enhancement section. Yes, there's more we can do in this area, but the really significant savings that we made in lights and energy upgrades, that's just a classic example of things that we can do. We know that we can be innovative and we can be efficient. and save a lot of money in the process. So I did want to thank staff and want to thank the advisory committee for the work that you do. Again, because I've gone through this before, and maybe more so for the new board members and for the public to know that, as we hear from you, and we'll continue to hear from you throughout this process and on into May, that it has to be said that the proposed cuts presented to us are carefully considered, and they are a strategic approach to cause the least impact. And I appreciate that you guys go into the process with that understanding, and especially at all costs, keeping cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. And that's really important. I think Will Lyons stated it perfectly when he said the goal of the sustainability plan is to make the budget align with current realities. So thank you, Will. And then I want to note there was one of the slides, the financial status slide, that these realities include declining enrollment and staffing and fair pay and benefits and classroom supports and materials and supports for addressing A through G implementation, and above all else, our responsibility to the students. So as a board, we're put into this position to fulfill policy and fiduciary responsibilities, and that this puts us in the really difficult position of having to make tough choices. And the public needs to know that we have to go home and we have to live with the decisions that we do make. The cuts are always going to be difficult cuts. It's heart-wrenching at times. New board members, you will feel the pain of the cuts that we will have to make, because that is the current reality. So I just wanted to say that it does not go without saying, because it needs to be said. When people approach me in the community as a school board member, they say, oh, you're on the school board. The first thing I say is, please don't yell at me, and they laugh, right? They laugh, and then they yell at me, or not all the time, but having that conversation, having that understanding that we're elected into this position and we really do our best to do what's best for the school community, and above all else, what's best for the students. So I wanted to say that. I wanted to say that for our new board members as well. Thank you.
I'm going to reiterate what you said with a little bit extra in terms of, thank you, Jeff, for saying those things in terms of revenue enhancement and different ways to do things. So in this new day and age, with all the things coming down with the pension costs and the declining enrollment and the uncertain budget in California, and the raises that we have put into our MVP for our folks, something has to go. The other thing that has to go, the status quo has to go. So because we did something 5 years ago, doesn't mean this is the way it should always be. We can be thinking of different ways to be. So for example, going to Tennyson High School, taking a look at the World School model in terms of how they're supporting their students, it was amazing. And they used different kinds of personnel to provide a lot of support for those kids. So I want us to, even though these are really heartfelt things and we want everything, we have to think about different ways, different models, and how we shift our work. We have to. Those are the hard discussions that are painful, especially whenever, it affects people's positions, but also these people are our employees and they will continue to keep working with students. So that always feels better. All right, so we have on the table right now with a modification. And Director De La Cruz.
Just want to ask for additional information to come back the next time we go around here, which is what is the cost of the La Plaza program at Lincoln? How does that happen? How do we replicate something like that at Steele and Burbank? And I think I would like to make my friendly amendment to Director Medina's motion to accept the fiscal stabilization plan, keeping the 2 sole counselors and keeping the 3 student engagement positions at Steele, Lincoln, and Burbank until we have, or I'm sorry, I'm gonna say 2 positions at Steele and Burbank until we have alternative plans for them.
Just to clarify, right now the plan was only to eliminate the unfilled ones, or was it to eliminate them all for the student engagement?
It was for unfilled.
It's to eliminate the vacant position only at Lincoln, because we have something in place at Lincoln that supplements, supports student engagement. So it would be 2 vacant positions, so keeping the 2 vacant student engagement positions open at Burbank and Steele. And then hopefully when we come back with the World House conversation, we can add in student engagement at those locations that currently have unfilled positions sitting in them.
All right, so let me define what we have in front of us.
So I'll accept the friendly amendment.
All right, so the modification is only the unfilled sole counselors to be cut, keep the 2 that are currently in place with a friendly amendment, keep 2 family student engagement coordinators.
Keep 2 vacant positions for student engagement.
Keep 2 vacant positions for student engagement at those 2 schools, Steele and Burbank.
So eliminate 1.
We're clear?
Would it be better to say to only eliminate 1 of the unfilled positions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Eliminate just 1 at Lincoln. All right, are we clear? Clear, so. Yes.
Yeah.
Do we need a second to that whole package?
I think Alegria was the one that seconded, so.
No, Steph seconded as your
Oh,
first
then she
motion.
needs to accept the friendly
And I
amendment.
amended it.
Who did?
No, he
No, I moved.
Accepted it.
Who made the second to my motion?
second.
Okay, fine. So I will accept the friendly amendment.
You're seconding.
I'm seconding.
All right, so
Didn't we do this last
who's
time
on
too?
first? Medina. There's a modification. There's an amendment.
He accepted
it.
Second.
And Director.
It's only going to get uglier from here on out tonight, you guys, so.
All right, you guys are going to have a test on Robert's Rules of Order, too.
Nothing for me.
Okay.
Director Medina?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Aye.
Director McCormick?
Aye.
President Fong?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
It's going to take us a minute here to get everybody down here.
All right, so we're on E3, and we do have some comment cards after the presentation.
Do you want Casey to sit here? Here, I'm going to sit here. Relax.
At popular request, we are going to take a 3.5-minute break.
Okay, team.
There's water on the table.
Thank you.
We're back. All right. To the next main event.
Yes.
This is discussion. Draft waiver and graduation with an industry concentration process as part of board policy 6146.1, graduation requirements. Dr. Kitamura.
We have a couple more slides. That's why Lori is passing out this updated PowerPoint. I'm sorry, Dr. Kitamura.
No, that's okay. Oh, thank you.
I turn it back over to you.
Thank you, President Fong. As you can see by the actual board report and the number of attachments, the team here in front of you and some others that are not here have done a great deal of work to bring together information, structures, processes that have been requested, that have been people have been looking for. In particular, I really go off of inquiry questions and things that I get asked, or things that I hear, and one in particular is around this supports and what supports are there. And so as we begin to talk about multi-tiered systems of supports and the work that we've done through the School Climate Transformation Grant, it was only a natural fit to bring this forward and make it very clear about the way in which supports are provided and accessed. Does it mean it's an all-encompassing list and there doesn't need to be more? No, but I think it does provide a clear picture about what teachers, counselors, principals have been doing. Next is the next thing we're talking about is the team will be talking about is the industry concentration. And as they will describe and discuss, this is what I brought up when we had the discussion around approving the board policy for the new graduation requirements. It was called the certificate specialist, and it kept getting confused with other certificates and other specialists. And so in mapping this out, it really was what the vision was, even back in 2014, 13, about freshmen and sophomores in A through G classes, and that there would be a way in which to look at what students want to concentrate on or focus on in the junior and senior year. And so with a lot of work, they'll be presenting the industry concentration tonight. And then the waiver. So the waiver is one of the things we have been talking about in terms of how to support those students who are struggling in math and potentially language other than English. I got asked, how do you pronounce that?
I say lote.
Lote. I say elote because I love it. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. So they'll be presenting that, the waiver process as well. As they get started, I do want to say this. There has been a lot of discussion, a lot of talk, and a lot of things I've heard about and heard from people who think the blame for any of these things not being done well is on them, whether it's teachers, administrators, parents, students, whoever it is. And I will tell you that these documents demonstrate, and the thoughtful process the team has gone through to create these wonderful things based on some of my crazy thinking, really demonstrates all of the work that has gone on by all of your staffs. I mean, once it was laid out, it's like, yeah, the staffs have been working so hard. Teachers have been working so hard. Counselors have been working so hard. And now that it is in a format that is a flow chart, it is identified, it is visible, it really has, in my mind, created a very nice picture of what's happening. Now, again, are there things that we need to do to improve? Absolutely, absolutely. But I think the first step is assessing what we're doing and then determining what's working and what's not working. And I know there's been a lot of talk about that based on grades, okay? And I want us to really be thinking about the subjectivity and the difference in the way each of us grades and how that seems to be the measure right now of success and failure. And so we're gonna have to have a conversation about that and really talk about, are we measuring students' mastery through proficiency, through grades, what does it look like, how are we calibrating it? This is some of the work ahead. So with that, I turn it over to teaching and learning, student family engagement, and the team.
Great, thank you. This is really exciting as we move forward, and I think it sort of also speaks to Dr. Kitamura's importance to both Assistant Superintendent Mazzara and I, that we really are a continuum. We are one team together. We are not siloed, and through this work, I think you'll see that this team has really come together to show that. And so with that, we will begin our report. I will read this. Year after year, we see persistent gaps in achievement based on race and income level. These gaps do not stem from disparate ability. Rather, they are the result of systems designed to perpetuate, can somebody help me? Perpetuate, thank you. A little tired, injustice, thank you.
So tonight we're going to begin this with a review of the Santa Rosa City Schools framework that supports students throughout the district. We will outline an evidence-based support that's used systems throughout the district. This framework provides guidance and coordinates interventions to provide supports to students at the lowest level. While the system seems like it's new, it is not. It is a system that came out of our work from Best Plus. It has been previously built school by school, and as you will learn, we are at the moment where we can adopt school site systems into a coherent and effective support structure for students at the district level through a board priority.
As Dr. Kitamura talked about, we'll talk about the draft waiver and the process. This waiver is that intentionally excuses students from specific graduation requirements, math, third-year math, and second-year lotte, based upon failures twice. You also will be presented with a graduation with concentration language. This is an industry concentration. It's defined as taking courses that fit under the CDE recognized industry sectors. A student may meet these requirements of an industry concentration in 3 ways, which the team will be going over, our former certificate specialist.
So we'll start off with a definition of our multi-tiered systems of supports. MTSS is a framework to ensure successful and educational outcomes for all students by using a data-based problem-solving process to provide and evaluate the effectiveness of multiple tiers of integrated academic, behavior, social-emotional instruction intervention, and supports that are matched to student need in alignment with educational standards. It's also important to note that the MTSS, when used effectively, can identify need, route students to existing services, identify gaps in interventions, and provide an outline of the needs for both students and staff at a particular school. In addition, it serves as a framework, such as an MTSS helps put a process around student improvement and not an NCLB fear and blame type culture.
This journey began in 2014 when Santa Rosa City Schools was awarded a federal school climate transformation grant. Santa Rosa City Schools was one of the early districts to intentionally blend restorative practices and PBIS, which is also known as positive behavioral interventions and supports. The goal of the grant was to build capacity within the site level, tier 1 and tier 2 teams from every school in our district, along with creating a sustainable model with in-house experts with training and coaching capabilities. During the 5-year rollout, we established the foundations and understandings of the systems at school sites, which are always in a state of improvement. Now, post-grant, the natural progression of team development has increased our fluency in multi-tiered systems of support, and now we're really ready to establish our district-wide MTSS. MTSS of Santa Rosa City Schools incorporates all of our initiatives. It identifies the supports in all 4 areas and at all 3 tiers, in academics, attendance, behavior, and the social emotional. I think that's the next one. What's great about moving beyond the days of Best Plus is that MTSS is actually something you can Google. There are hundreds of images of umbrellas and pyramids, flowcharts on district and state websites like the CDE. Well, our image is really unique and we're quite proud of it. I have not seen yet another image of MTSS that sort of represents this sailboat with the 2 sails of academic and then the behavior on the other side. What's special about our image is that we pay attention to the water, which is sort of our foundation, or our idea of the smooth waters, smooth, you know. Yeah, sailing, thank you. Foundational layer in our systems of support. Let's take a minute to look at some of these layers in our tiers. So first we want you to notice the color coding with the green on tier 1, yellow, and then red. We start at the bottom, and each tier support Each tier supports students with increasingly intensive interventions for a decreasing number of students. I need to say that again for you. Increasingly intensive interventions for a decreasing number of students. So as you go up the pyramid, like tier 3, the group of students is very small, but the intervention is very intensive. And then at tier 1, it's a school-wide foundational piece, and it's less intensive. Some people remember this as all, some, and few. Thank you. At the green level, representing tier 1, this consists of school-wide or universal supports for all. At this tier 1 level, we anticipate that about 80% of our students will only need this level of instruction or support. Tier 2 is yellow, representing targeted interventions for some students, where about 15% of the students will need this level of intervention. At tier 3, or the red level, we support a few students with intensive interventions, ideally about 5% of our students. When sites notice that there is a large number of students with tier 2 or tier 3 needs, or that the pyramid is sort of inverted like a martini glass, this is a sign that we may not have adequate supports at the tier 1 level, and that we may need to fortify or change what we're doing universally or at the school-wide or tier 1 level. Thank you.
So what's important to note, at any effective system, there needs to be multiple points of entry. And so we want to make sure that this system has entry levels for students. So students that know how to speak up and get assistance for their needs, this actually needs to be specifically taught, and it could be part of a student's discovery of their own agency. Staff and parents basically are a referral system that come to us. There are existing referrals in the system, and parents can also bring forward their concerns for their students. And the system referral, this is often the last piece of it and is operationalized later. This is where teams gather standardized data to identify students and perhaps where students were missed in the other 2 entry points. In SRCS, this is done through comprehensive reports we have written to identify students with multiple needs, and we are beta testing a software program to make this easier for students. So the chart begins when the foundational, the beginning up in the blue there. Those are what we call pre-interventions. They're like the waters previously discussed, and they go to how we support students before the first assembly happens or before the first classroom lesson. It's around climate, creating mindset. So we have examples there of the work that we've been doing for the last 5 to 6 years. Trauma-informed care, Museum of Tolerance, restorative practices, or work on equity. And additionally, it also includes structures for academic success. Getting students ready through good class management, structures support student voice, identification of positive behavior support plans. And then at the tier 1s in green, we now begin the actual tier 1 universal outcomes. So in academics, that outcome could be something like lesson engagement, lesson design, CCD units, co-teaching, embedded teaching. In behavioral side of the MTSS, it could be things like a discussion of rule assembly, expectations being outlined for all students, reviewing student planner for everybody. In attendance, it could be around assemblies, reward rallies, parent nights and parent conferences. And in social emotional, tier 1 takes the form of things like counselor presentations, teacher lessons, and in fact we're doing a social emotional curriculum in the elementary schools called Toolbox, and those are all considered tier 1 interventions.
During the grant, schools identified tier 2 teams, and those tier 2 team members attended 4 days of professional learning throughout the school year on tier 2 systems and approaches. Currently, we support the tier 2 site leaders at quarterly district level meetings to review key practices, problem solve, and exchange best practices that are happening at the sites. These tier 2 teams are at various stages of implementation. Some meet 1 time a month, all the way, some meet 4 times a month. In the attachment called SRCS MTSS 2019-20, there's actually a list with approximately 185 staff members that are on these tier 2 teams today. In previous school site board reports, some schools shared about their tier 2 process, their requests for assistant forms, their documentation, as well as the steps for implementing their universal screener for students. The goal of this MTSS work is to improve systems to the point where they become an integrated part of our school, where the systems are so well organized that the process and practices will still stand even if there's a change in staff members, site leader, or site administrator.
At the Tier 3 level, the Tier 3 level is a natural part of the system, and that's because that's where the legal work happens, meaning that's where IEPs are, 504s, retentions, non-graduates, SARBs, or expulsions. So those things always exist in the system, and as previously mentioned, if it's upside down, that's an indication there's something wrong and out of balance in our system. Our goal, of course, is to reduce these Tier 3 interventions, but as you can see, the desire to reduce is a complicated, interwoven framework, and all of these foundation tiers provide supports to students and staff, and to provide these interventions to hopefully improve student success.
So hearing about the MTSS structure, one of the pillars, if you will, talked of academics, and what Tier 1 talking about is instruction and then going on. So what we're here for the next few slides to do is to talk about the new graduation requirements and review what brought us to where we are here now, and review the data that you've seen before from January and previously to set context for the waiver that you're going to hear about and the concentration, the graduation with concentration. So just as a bit of a review, what brought us to these new graduation requirements was really the disparate student outcomes we were seeing in our data, that there was inequity among subgroups, and that the percentage of students who were meeting the A through G requirements was trending down, while in the state and the county, the meeting the UC CSU requirements was trending up. Specifically, the most recent data that we showed was that if you look at the Latinx population, we have about 16% of our Latinx students graduating UC CSU eligible, more than double in the state graduate CSU UC eligible. You can see the numbers for our white students and for all students. 29.7% of all of our students are graduating with the UC CSU eligibility, compared to 46% in the state and 36% in the county. So what do our new graduation requirements look like? Our new graduation requirements really focused in on letter C, mathematics, and E, language other than English. In the previous graduation requirements, we had 2 years of math, including Algebra 1, so 20 credits of math. In the new graduation requirements, we have 3 years of math, and at the same time, we had moved to integrated math, so integrated math 1, 2, and 3. What needs to be noted here is that Math 1 can be taken in middle school. So we do have students that take Math 1 or high school math in middle school. Per the California Department of Education, a high school math class taken in middle school does not count towards the high school graduation credits. Okay, so a student who takes Math 1 in middle school is still needing to meet the 3 years of math in high school. So usually they'll take Math 2, Math 3, and then an advanced math class.
Just a quick question. Wouldn't they only need to take 2 in high school?
Pardon me?
They would only need to take 2 in high school, right? Because the state requires.
No, they still need, the state requirement is 2 years of high school math, correct?
But the UC requirement is 3?
The UC requirement is 3, okay. Yes. And then in letter E, language other than English, we do have 2 years of the same language other than English. And the Santa Rosa's graduation requirements not only increased math and language other than English, we also wanted to make sure these courses that are meeting the A through G requirements are Common Core aligned, meaning that they're college prep. So those are the changes really to our graduation requirements.
Dr. Goyle, on the LOTE, could you explain validation? Yes, you understand?
Yes.
Can you explain it to all of us? So something about 7th and 8th grade Spanish, for example, used to count for graduation requirement, but no longer. You still need 2 years in high school? So is this A to G aligned, or?
So yeah, the language other than English is in high school. So my understanding is per CDE, those courses that are taken in middle school, while they count as prerequisites for your high school courses, the credits still need to be earned towards graduation in high school. So if I pass Spanish 1 or Math 1 in middle school, when I go on to high school and I've passed those classes, I can go on to the next class. Is that what you're asking?
So would you also clarify that if we're talking A to G aligned, 7th and 8th grade would count as year 1. In 9th grade, you could take year 2. That would have satisfied the A to G alignment?
No. No, because you still have to have the 2 years in high school. So you would take the Spanish 2, French 2, or whatever is in high school, as well as a second year. So a French 3, a Spanish 3, and an AP Spanish.
So I think there's some misunderstanding from counselors, and you can work that out with them because they're talking about this and it's confusing.
So yes, because of the changes, one of the things that we've been doing is we've been meeting with the counselors to clarify. We've actually put that on hold just for right now as we move through this process, but we do actually have a date in March to meet with them again, because now we have new counseling department chairs to go through this once whatever's approved, moving forward with great clarity about what you're asking for.
Okay. So moving on to the data summary before and after the new changes in the graduation requirements. Again, this slide was shown in a different format in January. So pre-policy, we had 3 in 10 ninth graders who failed in non-A through G math. So that would be the algebra readiness or a class that was not equal or above algebra 1. 2 in 10 ninth graders failed A through G math. And so an overall failure rate in, before we changed our policy, of 20 to about 23% of the second semester grades, students did fail their math. Then 1 year after implementation, we had a failure rate of about 25%, excuse me. This equals about an 11% increase in all of our ninth graders who did fail A through G math class in their freshman year. And then first semester of this year, so 3 semesters after implementation, we did see a slight reduction in our failure rate. And I think it's important to note that pre-policy, the high failure rate was in the non-core aligned classes. There was failures in Algebra 1 pre-policy. Our students did retake these classes, the Algebra 1 class. They were assigned to courses, Algebra 1 in grades 10 through 12. The teachers talked about keeping the rigor, but focus on the standards, maybe not as many standards, so more depth than breadth, and they continued to work with the students, and they're continuing to do this now as we work with our Math 1 students who are failing. The percentage of ninth graders enrolled in a college prep math class rose from 68% to 95% under the new graduation policy. This is about a 39% increase. And at the same time, we did see an increase in the number of students receiving an A through C, so a grade of A, B, or C, from 56 to 55%, roughly 20% more students retain some kind of UC or CSU eligibility in math. At the same time, as I said, we did see an increase in Fs, about 11% increase. This is indicative of that implementation dip that is research-based, that when we move forward with change, that there is this implementation dip, as there is a dip in performance, a dip in confidence. And what I really want to note here is our dip could have been much deeper. What the goal of the implementation dip is, we know it's going to happen, but how do we decrease the dip and lengthen the time of that dip? And I think our teachers have done a good job in trying to decrease that dip. They did not cut and paste the new math courses. They worked tirelessly to develop very deep and rigorous courses. They did not just go to the UC portal and cut and paste somebody else's courses. During the day, schools are having targeted intervention. Schools are using Khan Academy as an intervention, which is free. Schools are trying to more and more implement these low, high ceiling tasks so all students have accessibility to the classroom. They are meeting in grade level teams and really trying to look at redesigning lessons. They have things like homework club, there's co-teaching happening in middle school, and some sites are trying standards-based grading. As we move on, we do have 90 10th graders who did not pass Math 1 as a 9th grader and did fail Math 1 first semester of their 10th grade year. These students, again, 43 students are at SRHS, nearly 3 in 4 are Hispanic, 7 in 10 are socially, economically disadvantaged, 63% male. 44 are redesignated, and 20 are English learners, and 93% are non-special education students. So we do have 90 10th graders who would be eligible at this point for a waiver, which we will talk about in a few minutes.
So when we look at LOTE, language other than English, of our class of 2022, 1,367 students who, when at the time were 9th graders, took a language other than English. Of the total number of students taking LOTE in 9th grade, 47% of the students were enrolled in Spanish 1P, of which 10% of them received Fs. 73 students retook the course. Less than 4% of the class of 2020 failed Spanish 1P in both their 9th and 10th grade years. When looking at this, obviously the class of 2022, 238 students took Spanish for Spanish speakers. 19% of them received an A, while 6% received an F. Most did not retake the class. And when looking at French 1P, 10% of the class of 2022 in the 9th grade took French 1P. Approximately 88% of these students received a C or better. 5% failed and did not retake the course.
Just before we move on from the LOTE slides, do you have demographic information for these students?
Not at the time, but we can gather that information.
Thank you.
Good evening. So I wanted to start by thanking our families and our staff that is still present here with us. We appreciate that. And of course, thank you to the Board of Education for dedication to public service. I'm not going to read everything on there because you've had this beforehand, but I will highlight the key items, and I tend to move quick, so I'll intentionally move slow. This is a draft. The waiver does pick out specific graduation requirements that can be excused. By doing so, students will not be eligible to apply directly to a 4-year CSU or UC college. And the waiver that we're going to speak about in just a second in a little more detail explicitly is for students for the class of 2022. That is our current sophomores in Santa Rosa City Schools, and it does expire in June of 2022 in this draft. So the qualifications that we thought would be most pertinent and worth noting are as follows. There's actually 2 key dates. Counselors, of course, are working tirelessly with our students, and they're consistently checking on them and doing their best to make sure that they're headed towards graduation and passing their classes. But at fall 2020, there is a point in time in which if you're a student and you did not pass Math 1P 2 or more times, so therefore you did not pass as a freshman and you did not pass as a sophomore, that the 3-year math requirement with only a junior and senior year left for you to be in Santa Rosa City Schools becomes an impossibility. That's one key date that has to be checked. Also, you could have a wrinkle in that. You could have a student who did not pass Math 1P but did get moved on to Math 2P, as some of our high schools have done, to see if there would be success in that model. And the student could have failed Math 1P, could not have passed it in their freshman year, and then they could have not passed Math 2P in their sophomore year. And I apologize, Director Manieri and De La Cruz, because my back is kind of to you, but it's the only way I can do this without fumbling papers otherwise. Then the other key date that kicks in would be the fall of 2021. At that point, you could see a different wrinkle emerge that you have to be aware of. It's still the class of 2022 that we're talking about, and it's still our current sophomores. But at 2021, as they're going into their senior year now, you could have a student who did pass Math 1P. So they've got their first year of mathematics done. But then at some point, they were not able to pass Math 2P, and now they have 1 year of high school to go, and the 3 years then becomes impossible in that scenario. Also, for language other than English, I'll use the full term instead of a variation of it, or an acronym. You could have the case that you have a student who has passed, but did not pass the second year of the language other than English. So they may have passed 1 year, but in fall 2021, they have at this point not still passed a second year, and it's supposed to be in the same language they've done so. Now, there would be a possibility that that student could be in language other than English and could pass in their senior year, but there's some concern that the stress and maybe other needs, maybe other courses might need to be taken into account, and if we don't allow for that, you could have a situation where students unintentionally do not graduate. That takes us through the waiver, both the general overview, which was really quick, and kind of just some specifications, which I'm sure you'll want to return to shortly. But for now, we're going to keep moving forward, and we're going to move into a focus on the graduation with an industry concentration. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Damien in just a sec, but I will lead into this by kind of reminding everyone, as Dr. Karen Murrah already did, that this began with a different title. And so the certificate specialist was and is part of board policy 6146.1. It has kind of the new term that you see at the very top in bold, graduation with industry concentration, for the reasons that were explained and articulated. And actually an industry concentration does go well with the California Department of Education's description of career technical education. So in some sense, that terminology hopefully is not competing with other certificate and specialist titles, and also doubles into and expands on the meaning of CTE in our own district in connection to California Department of Education. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you. Good evening. I think that last note there is where I'll start off on the alignment of the industry sectors as I explain and give some definition of what we have in mind around an industry concentration. So what we did is we looked at all our current course offerings, now all our elective courses. We looked at the 15 identified industry sector, and we were able to align to 11 of them. And from there, so let me go over what we define as an industry concentration. Industry concentration is defined as taking courses that fit under the CD recognized industry sector. A student may meet the requirements of an industry concentration in 3 ways. So the first way was students that complete a recognized CTE pathway. So that's important. I know I was here presenting in our last meeting and recognized CTE as February month. One of the things with doing that is that a lot of the features are already built in when we talk about career readiness. And if Dr. Would you mind going to one slide forward? On this slide here, it shows some of the pathways already have in place in our school district, and I'm going to kind of go back to then the previous slide. So then another point or another area would be that we have other courses that are very similar in nature but do not meet the defined CTE description. For example, at Pioneer High School, we have biotechnology, and it has a lot of the same features as well. They're sequential courses. It will still fit, but it doesn't necessarily meet that definition. But so that would be item number 2, how it could be used as a way to get industry concentration. And then the third way to do this is we looked at other elective courses, such as in our arts program and such, and the idea would be to have 2 sequential courses that you take 2 non-sequential courses, and but you still have to take 2 years worth of in that particular industry. And you would add another component, which would be around the work readiness. And in our packet, we kind of gave some examples of what it could be, but that's really using the current work that we have going on, like in our college and career centers, work-based learning activities. And to go a little bit further, it's, job shadowing opportunities, but career exploration type of activities that tie into that particular industry. Yes, go ahead.
I have a question too.
Of course.
I'm wondering about the work-based learning and what ties into, as you just described, these certain industry concentrations. Does that include certificates? Perhaps it includes training that might include vet assistance. I'm trying to look at the list provided on the next slide. CPR training. Does it something that is a marketable skill that the graduate will have when they come out that will not just make them marketable, but give them an advantage in the marketplace?
I think I understand your question. I'll try to answer it the best I can, just to provide some clarity around when we use definitions around work-based learning. Work-based learning is a continuum of activities in all forms, but I think what you're referring to is industry recognizable certificates, licensures, or things like that. So for our CTE programs, those should be in there. We're working hard to accomplish that, or that they lead to post-secondary where they can finish that and that they are prerequisites. For our other electives, again, we're throwing some things out there, but this is in the draft form that we need to work through that, because we could look at other components such as work keys or these other programs that are called job-ready certificates of such, that employers could recognize that you have these soft skills, as you will, but that's different than licensing, like CPR, things like that.
And the reason why I ask it is because
of course,
me personally, that's what I want. I want more for these graduates. I want more than them to come out with soft skills. Soft skills are something that you can pick up on day one. I want them to have, as I said, I want them to have an advantage, a leg up from any other applicant for the job. I want them to have hard skills. I want them to have that industry recognized certification. And that's, I do talk to business community around here, and I do believe that they're willing to help provide that. So just wanted to plug that in.
Awesome. So one of the things I want to point out in doing this and looking at this, and you would find it in some of the documents, is that we were discussing and also looking at some of the graduation requirements and the flexibility, particularly around 30-year math, to allow for some flexibility there that it aligns with the pathway. For example, a student might take financial application that aligns to a business pathway for graduation purposes, and another one might be language other than English, where technically to be CSU transferable, thank you, the courses need to be sequential, and in this way, we also talked about that you might have taken, say, Spanish or taken French, for example, and say, you know what, I'm gonna do this patient care pathway, and my patient speaks Spanish. Maybe I might want it for my second year, I might wanna take Spanish. So you would technically not be eligible for UC anymore because they're not sequential, but for graduation, it would be all right. But so we put some things in place, some plans, and that's what you see in these documents, a draft of what it could look like. We know that, and if you wouldn't mind going to the last slide, please. Thank you. We know that we still have some more work to do around this. Like, we also know that this evening we were here presenting in a draft form. We expect some feedback, and some of our next steps are working with key stakeholders, looking at our board policy based on the recommendations, make the required changes and bring it back to you for approval. We're also we're gonna need to look at those supports and where are they to do this kind of work. Also working across the table here and looking through our MTSS structure and support in teams. And then last one, it's also really working off of what is already in place in a way, and working like with our college and career centers. We know that they're already doing parent outreach. We identified like parent academies, but it's really working off that, those features to provide that parent outreach. And I think with that, am I turning it back to the board?
Yeah. The last thing I'm going to add is just kind of like us skipping back up to like maybe like the 30,000-foot view for a second. And as board members, what I think is important to know, especially for the two pieces that we're bringing forward, the waiver is a request of the board. So we're bringing a draft of that for you to see in direct response. The industry concentration is trying to capture and crystallize in this draft a lot of the work that already occurs, or according to educational theory should be occurring, with how students move through high school, how they get counseled, how we reach out and guide them, how we help them be ready for college and career afterwards. And so just to be on the global level is trying to capture systems that are largely occurring, but maybe they've never been put down directly in writing, and is trying to frame that so that people can share a common understanding and have common objectives. That's just the larger view. Thank you.
Before I valuable for the board to get a look at through here, the actual application. Because I think what's interesting is the Appendix A that I know that Director Damien worked extremely hard on to get finished, and I can tell you I did a dance of happiness. So can we pull that up?
I'm doing it right
and for
now.
The board members, it's the application, graduate industry concentration application. It's one of your attachments.
Which one again, Diane? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
The graduation, no, industry concentration application.
Got it.
I think it's Appendix A is really a wonderful look at what our high schools offer within the pathways.
While we're pulling this up, I want to move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
So on page 4.
Just a second. Okay, so we have a motion to extend the meeting for an hour with a second. Can we have a vote, Lori? Or can we just? Aye.
Aye.
In favor?
Aye.
All right.
I apologize. So on Appendix A, you can see here, starting on page 4, it's broken down by the high schools, starting with Elsie Allen High School. Then moving into Montgomery. Maria Carrillo. Pioneer. in Santa Rosa High School. I echo what Dr. Kittimore said, that Director Damien did an amazing job organizing this. Very clear.
And Ridgeway.
I have a question about this.
No, go ahead.
Thank you for this chart. Moving forward, how will we know, how do you know, is this student directed? So how well enrolled are these courses? How many courses do we have? What are in high demand? What's maybe not in high demand? And how do we manage that? And I've got an eye to cut still, of course, because we don't want to cut out things that kids really love, but we want to know what's working for kids and how we match industry, what industry is going to be coming up with in the next few years and what kids are wanting to take.
That's a big question. I think there's lots of ways to answer it. I mean, I think part of the work that our site principals have been doing, especially under the umbrella of CTE, is really trying to look at where the interest is, how that is aligned to industry. We have been a recipient of 2 CTE grants. Just recently we found out about the second, which is a partnership with the Sonoma County Office of Education and the Career Technical Foundation, Education Foundation. So we're gonna have some opportunities to be able to engage differently. But I also think that as part of being fiscally sound and also coherent as a district, but also still being able to honor what our sites are doing, that's a part of the conversation with our principals. We know what we currently have and what we can offer now, but I also think that we have to engage student voice through our different ways about what's their interest and how does that align to industry, because as you commented, Director Sheffield, our industries are very much interested in partnering us with, whether it's Quayside or Strauss Creamery. There's people who really want to make a difference and be true partners, and when we started the process of the certificate specialist and we did have industry partners at the table, they were very clear that it's both, it's the soft skills and the hard skills that they're looking for, because they want members of their community to be able to not just speak well, but also to be able to write well and to be able to be productive citizens in the world. So I think we have lots of opportunities within Santa Rosa City Schools, but we also have opportunities, I think, to grow and change based upon what the needs are and what needs are coming up.
Thank you. So I had a few questions. First, going back to the presentation to the MTSS and the pyramid, I just kind of had a question in terms of these percentages of the 80-15-5. I'm wondering if we have an idea as to where we are internally as a district now. I'm assuming that this 80-15-5 is just like the model, but where are we in terms of, are we that cocktail glass or what's the situation?
It's likely to be a little different at every school. Of course, the model of 80% student needing just tier 1 is going to differ between schools and populations and their need. And that's an example of where LCFF funding has modeled that. So where there are generally students in more needy populations, they provide more funding, and so to equalize that funding, so that could be considered like a base model, and then we use LCFF funding if in fact our tiers need more people or more supports. That's where we put in our LCAP dollars.
Well, I mean, I get how it works, but I mean in terms of us, if this is a visual of like the model, for us to kind of be able to get a visual representation of where we're at, I think it would help to also know how many students are at each tier, whether it be at district-wide or campus-wide, because I think you said if it was inverted, then we've got serious issues, which we might have, and I think for me, in terms of this context, it would help to have that model or those figures somehow represented so we could kind of see what is the reality of our situation now within this context.
Yeah, no, one clear model I certainly know, because we have to do percentage of students in special education is different between our schools. So talk about an inverted model. At some of our West Side schools, we have population percentages that are up at above 20%. At some of our East Side schools, they're in single digits. So that's an example of an inverted tiered model already that we know exists.
All right, we have some public comment cards here. Was that the ending of the presentation? Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have some public comments. Public comment is open. We have Adrian Juarez Cruz, Wendy Warren, Rafael Solano, and 3 after that. So.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente, a todo el personal de Santa Rosa, de la Escuela de Santa Rosa y el presidente del Sindicato de Maestros y a todas las personas que vinieron y padres que vinieron a apoyar esta póliza, a estos requerimientos para la graduación.
Good evening, everyone, superintendent, parents supporting here this meeting, these studies. Good evening, everyone.
La última junta, bueno, mi nombre es Adrián Juárez, soy el presidente del comité de DILAC, representando este comité de DILAC. La última junta estuvieron, gracias a los miembros de la mesa directiva, la directora Stephanie Manieri y la directora Alegría de la Cruz, que estuvieron en nuestra junta, la superintendente y el presidente de la Asociación de Maestros. Estamos viendo cuál es la importancia de esta póliza. Ellos se dieron cuenta cómo los padres están muy interesados en que esto siga implementándose, que no se pare aquí, sino que siga adelante. Es muy difícil, lo hemos dicho en otras ocasiones.
In the last meeting, we did talk about how important this implementation is, and we acknowledge that it's difficult, but we also acknowledge that it's something that has to continue.
Hay muchos factores que influyen en esto. Lo he dicho en otras presentaciones, apoyo a nuestros estudiantes, se requiere también el apoyo a los maestros, se requiere el entrenamiento para ellos, pero ser flexibles también los maestros, ser flexibles en que tenemos que trabajar juntos. Si el distrito les provee el apoyo con entrenamiento y ellos asisten, nuestros estudiantes pienso que van a salir adelante.
There are many things that are required, the training for the teachers, the studies, flexibility. If there is flexibility, this can be done. And by the way, he also introduced himself. His name is Adrian, ¿cuál es su apellido? Juárez, and he's the president of the ILAC? Of DILAC.
Yo estoy aquí, tengo 2 hijos. Mi niña todavía no es reclasificada, es aprendiz de inglés. Mi hijo ya fue reclasificado. Yo voy abriendo obstáculos y voy cuidando atrás de ellos también. Abriendo obstáculos para que ellos lleguen a la universidad y cuidando que ellos no retrocedan hacia atrás también. Y es una de las cosas que no queremos, que esa póliza que se ha implementado no retroceda hacia atrás. No retrocedamos a un viejo sistema de la educación, sino vamos a actualizarnos a lo nuevo.
I am a parent of 2 daughters, no? Two daughters, and the oldest has been already reclassified. The second one is not. And this has not been an easy process. I see my role as removing obstacles all the time, removing obstacles and keep going. And this is a good metaphor for the implementation of this program. We remove obstacles and we keep going.
Así como yo pienso que hay muchos padres que están preocupados hoy en día. Y para agregar un comentario a lo que estaba diciendo nuestro miembro de la mesa directiva, que se van con esa misión importante de tomar decisiones aquí, en mi personal, no es nada más un miércoles, son 7 días de las semanas que yo estoy pensando qué va a ser el futuro de mis hijos.
And I know that there are many parents that live with a big worry, with a heavy worried. And as one of the members here said, this is not that at the end of this meeting, we just close the chapter and move to something else. It's something that we keep carrying with us 7 days a week, every day.
Entonces le estamos pidiendo que por favor no paren esto, sino al contrario, busquemos la ayuda para nuestros estudiantes. Todos sabemos en qué se está fallando. Vamos a buscar la ayuda para ellos. No demos muchas vueltas al problema, traigamos soluciones. Una de las cosas que los padres también no hemos recibido mucha información, una idea que yo traigo aquí y la he dicho en otras ocasiones, ¿por qué no mejor incluirlo en la noche de regreso a clases? Ya sea en la primaria, secundaria y preparatoria. Darles información a los padres desde temprano, ¿qué significa esto? Desde la primaria, para que ellos vayan tomando cartas en el asunto, porque hay muchos padres que no saben realmente qué está pasando con esto.
So, first of all, I want to include something that I left behind, which was that he said we don't want to go to past paths. And second, he said a good idea to strengthen this process, this transition, is to educate the parents at the beginning of the year in all the different meetings that are offered, like back to school nights, because a lot of parents are really not understanding, they are not really having clear concept of what is this about, so we really need to target parent education.
Creo que se me terminó el tiempo, pero si fuera posible darnos esa información en una fecha importante donde hay muchos padres reunidos, y otra cosa muy importante, que hubiera traducción también.
Thank you. I know I have run out of time, but it's very important to reiterate the importance of parent education, that parents really have a grasp of these concepts, that they understand this from the beginning of the year, that they are educated, and that there should be interpretation services provided. So I said thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wendy Warren, Rafael Solano.
Thank you, board, for allowing those of us to speak. In that I am a mother of 3 children. 2 are graduates of high school, and I have one left, one lucky one left, A through G, lucky him. You can tell I'm not that thrilled with the system for a variety of reasons. It feels like it was rushed and rolled out very quickly. Could have been started when kids were in middle school, and the information could have been presented and been more thoughtful and planned out. So, but here we are today, and my son is a sophomore. He started off taking Math 1 like everyone else, barely made it through, got a D, D-, and I thought, oh, well, I'll have to redo it the following year, it'll be fine. But no, moved into Math 2, not like the old system where you would take math. If you didn't do well, you would repeat that. You're moved along since you have to take 3 years now. So started off the year taking Math 2, mind you, 1.5 years of a tutor twice a week, not grasping the concepts, but yet still moved on. Level change, now we're back to Math 1, so he will be taking math until hopefully he graduates, probably summer school and more. But beyond that, not just for my child, but for all the other kids who don't fit into the box, I understand the concept of A through G. And just like what was so eloquently spoke, it's important. It's not, I don't want to trivialize it. It is important, but not all children fit into that category, and they should have the option to opt out, because it should not be required that you have to take that if you are not planning on going straight to a 4-year. 2 of my children did not take that path. I myself did not. I was not mature enough. I started at JC, finished at a 4-year, and that was my path, and that's what worked for me. If I had been forced to go through this program, I may not have finished school. So what I think needs to happen is you need to look at the whole picture. It's not just for certain children that it fits for them. There needs to be an option for everyone. So not to have to fail math twice to get a waiver. So why would we do all that work in math and spend all that time just to have to fail to get a waiver? If you get a D, you can't retake that in summer school. You have to keep moving on. So I guess my point is, I feel like there's kids out there who want to be artists, dancers, and dreamers, and they shouldn't be required to take all of this A through G when they do not want to go straight to a 4-year school. It does not make sense. Integrated math, the timing of that and rolling out A through G was pretty poor, in my opinion. Could have been done better. I just think a bigger, broader picture and thinking of all the students is what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rafael Solano. I'm here tonight to express my opposition on passing the A through G high school requirements. In my opinion, we are giving too much attention to the students whom I know meet the graduation requirements. We are forgetting about the students who are succeeding in meeting these requirements. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that I don't care about the students who are struggling meeting these requirements. Instead, we should focus on making sure these students truly receive the support that they need and continue encouraging them to continue to do their best and assure them that their hard work at the end will be rewarded. I currently have 2 students in high school. One of them, my daughter Anna, who will be graduating this year with more than 280 credits. It has not been easy, but with perseverance and the right support, she is already starting to see the results of her hard work. Anna was recently accepted to Dominican University of California. One of many other that she applied to, like Stanford, University of Southern California, UC Santa Barbara, UC Davis, amongst others that she applied to. My other daughter, Karen, who is currently a sophomore at Pioneer High School, she is currently maintaining a 4.0 GPA, and I'm very proud of both of them. I believe that with the proper support and motivation, students can go far. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Martha Solano, Michael Vonderporten, Christina Lacios, and Ana Solano Gomez.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Marta Solano y tengo 2 hijas en el distrito de Santa Rosa.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Marta Solano and I have 2 daughters in Santa Rosa City Schools.
El motivo de mi presencia aquí esta noche es porque no estoy de acuerdo en que pausen los requerimientos de las clases de la A a la G.
The reason for my visit here tonight is that I don't agree with the pausing of the AG graduation requirements.
En mi opinión, creo que deberían seguir su curso, ya que hay un gran número de estudiantes que son capaces de tomar estas clases.
In my opinion, I believe they should remain in force because there are a great number of students who are capable of taking these classes.
Solo he escuchado del porcentaje de estudiantes que no están preparados para tomar estas clases, que por cierto es muy bajo, pero no he escuchado el porcentaje de estudiantes que sí lo están.
I've only heard about the percentage of students that are unprepared to take these classes. That is in truth very low, but I have not heard the percentage that can do it.
Me gustaría que el distrito les proporcione la ayuda que necesitan a ese porcentaje bajo de estudiantes que no están preparados, para que todos los estudiantes estén al mismo nivel.
I would like for the district to provide them the help they need, but for the small percentage of unprepared students so that all students will be at the same level.
Y también pedirle al distrito que se aprueben fondos para proporcionar la ayuda a los maestros que ellos necesitan, mejor seguro médico y mejores salarios. Yo como padre reconozco el duro trabajo que hacen los maestros en la educación de nuestros hijos.
And also I would like the district to approve funds to provide the support for the teachers that need better health benefits and better salaries. I, as a parent, recognize the hard work of all teachers in the education of our children.
Esta noche le pido a la mesa directiva, a los maestros, al distrito escolar y a los padres de familia que trabajemos todos juntos para tomar la mejor decisión, pensando siempre en el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes.
Tonight I'm asking the Board of Education, teachers in the entire school district, and parents to work together to make the best decision, always keeping in mind the well-being of our students.
Al distrito escolar, una vez más, les pido que proporcionen el apoyo que necesitan los maestros. Hay muchas necesidades en nuestras escuelas debido a que no hay maestros sustitutos ni personal en otras posiciones por el sueldo tan bajo que ofrecen. No hay personas aplicando, por lo tanto, los maestros ya existentes en nuestras escuelas no pueden tomar el entrenamiento necesario.
Once again, I'm asking the school district to provide the support needed by the teachers. There are many needs in our schools due to the lack of substitute teachers and staff for other positions due to low salaries that are being offered. People are not applying, therefore the teachers already in our schools can't take the needed training.
Entiendo que la manera en que lo digo suena mal, pero es la verdad. ¿A quién le gustaría con una maestría o un bachillerato estar ganando un sueldo bajo? Gracias por su atención.
I understand that the way I speak might sound bad, but it's the truth. When a person with a master's degree or a bachelor's degree would like to earn a low salary, there just are no people like that. Thank you for your attention.
I'm Mike Vonderpoort, and I'm a West Side resident, parent, Santa Rosa grad myself. First of all, I'll invite the board and the staff again to reopen the idea of collaboration. When we work with the data, we're seeing some differences in those analyses, and I've attempted to work with staff to get those closed, and I think it's beneficial to all of us. I think a key number that was presented was that the percent of students who got at least one A, B, or C in one P-level class in 3 semesters went up 9%. When I calculated, I come up with 3%. We shouldn't be arguing about the numbers. We should get those numbers straight. But the biggest issue to me in those numbers is the difference between the success rates for Latinx students and non-Latinx students, 20%. That should be alarming to us. We hear about the implementation dip, and I regret very much that 2 years ago when we had a large Latinx community here in this room, there was no discussion about we're going to have an implementation gap. We are hurting students, we're hurting families. Those are real people. When we look at the data, we see that we actually have not such a big gap between the Latinx and the non-Latinx starting at the 7th grade. Actually, our staff does a pretty darn good job at getting Latinx students put in academic programs in the 7th grade. Much of the problems we face are issues that we grow 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th grade. We build that gap. That means it's within our control. You've been hearing about supports, and you board members get to ask all the hard questions about supports. We really are looking at is where the rubber meets the road. We've got societal issues that have to be overcome. You've got all of those language, food insecurity, violence, foster children, all of those issues that come to the schools that we're needing to overcome. When I look at it, we're asking about how big are those red and yellow areas. In a class of 2,000 students, I used to say there were about 700 students in those red and yellow areas. Now that number's about 1,000 because we've made the challenges and the difficulty that much harder. So about half of our students are there. Of course, part of it is we've taken a large number of students who would have been in the green area and they've moved on to other schools. They're no longer in our district. So what does real intervention look like? It takes lots of people working directly with students. And I'd argue it's something like 10 hours of help per student per week for all of those students who are now in Tier 2 and Tier 3. That's lots of dollars. My number calculates it out at about $20 million per class. Multiply that by 6 classes, we're around $100 million. So ask the question, how much rubber do you have where the rubber meets the road?
Thank you, Mr. Van Porten. Christina Palacios and Ana Solano Gomez.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Christina Palacios. I am a junior at Montgomery High School. I am also the president of Metro at Montgomery. And so I am here to tell you guys about my experience as a Latino girl at Santa Rosa City Schools. Ever since middle school, I have been put in. My mom has worked great lengths to teach me about being in these honors and high-leveled classes because it is good for me because I want to go to college and I want to go to a 4-year university. And the first time that I went into one of these classes, it was my math class. When I first entered that class, I did not see any other Latino in that class. And it has been like that for all of my years in the Santa Rosa City Schools. And the first day of school, I got back home and my mom had asked me how my day went. What I immediately had told her is that I did not find other Latino people in those classes, and it made me feel sad. It made me feel frustrated because these classes were not being offered to them. These classes were not, they don't know about how important these classes are for them, and they haven't been given the chance to be in these classes. And I think the A through G policy gives every student the chance where there's no bias, and it gives a chance for them to be in these classes so that way they can go to UCs or CSUs or wherever they would like. And yes, there might be some students that right now at this point in their lives, they do not want to go to a university. But maybe along the way, the job that they decided to do does not work out. And so they will have that backup, those backup classes, those high school classes that they took, and it will help them to get into college if they ever wish to do so. And so I feel like these A through G classes should remain they should remain a priority to have for all students. There shouldn't be biases of whether this student should receive those classes or whether they're not, because there have been cases where these students did not, there have been students that did not fulfill those college graduation requirements, and they were not able to graduate, and they were not able to go to university with their friends, along with their partners, along with everybody that they have gone to school for over 4 years. And it's sad. It's sad to realize that I have to be here and I have to fight for this. It's very sad for me. I love education. I love this district, but you guys have to see that we need all the support we can get from the district. The teachers also need all the support that they can get from the district. And I feel like we as a team can work together to make that better. And I feel like these A through G classes should be a policy and a requirement for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ana Solano Gomez.
So, hello, good evening to the superintendent and to directors of the board. In regard to the CTE pathways and the hard skills that Director Sheffield, am I pronouncing it right? Okay, I'm so sorry, I just butchered that. That you were talking about. There are programs in the community that I think the district can partner with in order to give students these kinds of opportunities. I am currently a youth promotor of Latino service providers, which is an internship program. And in the year that I have been in this program, I've received certifications like Youth Mental Health First Aid and QPR, which is Question, Persuade, and Response, and Refer. Sorry, that I can put on my resume and cover letters, and it can give me an advantage when I would like to apply for jobs in the future. I basically work as a community health worker and talk about mental health in the Latino community, and I have become knowledgeable about community resources in Sonoma County. I also get paid for my time, so there's a huge incentive for students to join this program. So I just wanted to let the board and Director Damien know that there are community programs that you can partner with to make this a successful program. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the board, let's keep an eye on the clock, and we have another couple things after this, but let's open this up to board discussion. Director McCormick, Director Medina.
Okay, thank you for the first draft of the waiver option. I have a couple questions. I'm looking at, what page is it? Page 12, I think, where we have the whole layout of the graduation requirements. Just a clarification, where on number 9, where it says 7, excuse me, 7 elective courses, are those 7 full year courses, not semesters? Okay, so here's just a couple, these are just kind of like philosophical things around my head. Okay, one is I'm a little concerned that with the amount, I just made like a grid, like a 4-year grid, 6-period day, 4-year grid here, and with the amount of requirements that we have, I only see 6 spots remaining, and I think we have 7 that are required for electives, but maybe my math is wrong on that. But here's what a concern of mine is. I don't want the CTE programs to be the default. I want them honored as much as the academic programs. So I have a concern that if the waiver is like this off-ramp and your option is CTE, somehow that puts CTE like philosophically below academic, and that I'm a little worried about. I'm just worried about the balance of that.
So I think we all are gonna speak to that, but I would say that you need to remember that the waiver is separate from the, what are we calling it again?
Industry concentration.
Okay. So those are 2 separate entities. I think that's really important to her. The waiver is really for those students who have failed 2 years in a row of Math 1 and 2 years in a row of language other than English. So put that, that's just for, that proposal is just for 1 year.
Okay.
One of the things we talked about with the former certificate specialist, it's not an and or, it's an and. It's about really trying to provide opportunities for our students who have an interest and want to develop that interest within their high school career. Now, they may not take all 3 years of Math 1, Math 2, Math 3. Their 3rd year mathematics may be tied to their industry, but to me, if that is something that they are passionate about, interested in, and we can provide opportunities for them to have that, to me, that is an opportunity and it's not less than.
So they can double dip, like a class counts for, I'm gonna say CTE because I can't get the new term, CTE and like your 3rd year math, could it crossover?
So there, yes,
Okay.
and they could also do 3 years of the traditional math and also take a math within their interest area as well. I think there's so many opportunities. One of the things that I suggested and that I think we did when we brought forward the new graduation requirements, we actually brought some mock student schedules. And I would suggest that as a team we do that again so that that visual can help the and so it doesn't seem like an and or.
Yeah, that would really help me because, you know, I didn't really account for double dipping, and so that opens up a lot more slots. I'm just looking at time management so that if you do want to meet your A through G and still have an industry, you know, emphasis as well, I really want to make sure it is an and that it's presented as an and so maybe I was kind of misreading that. A couple other things on the waiver is I'm just concerned, and I know that we're in early phase, draft phase, but I'm just concerned about the guidance that the students are going to receive when making decisions of this waiver might be a good option for you, or how it's approached, how those conversations are approached with the students, because I don't want to end up in a de facto tracking situation here, which is what we're trying to work forward from. So I'm just concerned about that. So once we do get things in place, I want to make sure that the guidance is effective and accurate and more with a yes we can mindset than a here's your off-ramp.
Yes, so in the application that's actually attached in the documents, that in page one kind of still covers the basic kind of like when are these checkpoints for making sure a student really needs to be spoken with about this. But on page 2, it kind of lays out the expectation of kind of who takes on what responsibility along the way. And it's very clear in here consistently that you have to explain to the student and be very clear that based on they're not passing certain courses, they're at this point, they're the graduating class of 2022 only, and this is the only student that's applicable for it, and this is why we're intervening and meeting with you at this point to let you know that you are in this position. Okay. And so that's really explicit, and and so when you even use the term off-ramp, I think we have to reconceptualize it.
Yeah.
This is a targeted part of an MTSS intervention that the board has asked for as a way to work towards the implementation dip and mitigate some of the consequences of that.
I appreciate that, and that is my concern, and I think I use the word off-ramp because I want to avoid that concept, especially when students are being guided, like this waiver could be an option for you.
I'm making sure it's green. Correct, which then goes back to your earlier comment, and so I'll just make it really quick and then I'll be quiet, which is that it's really important that the industry concentration, separate from the waiver, totally separate, does allow for that ability, once again, of students to really have the industry concentration and meet 4-year CSU UC eligibility. There's no intention here to design anything to allow adults to make decisions for students that are not in their best interests. And our staffs at our schools don't want to do that either. What we want to do is clarify what do we do to pinpoint specifically how to counsel and advise students to support them. And in some of the industry concentration, based on student interest, there might be a place in which some of the 4-year CSU UC eligibility requirements don't, I'm going to use the slang term, jive, don't meet up exactly with what the student's doing for the industry concentration. And if that supports the student and family, it's embedded in there that we want to make sure we help guide them. But then there's also an explicit, this is the consequence of that decision. So no off-ramp is being devised, created, or implemented. It's more about articulating clearly to families, as is being requested by some who just left, and to students exactly what their decisions and choices and points in time are dictating are best for them and will help them move through Santa Rosa City Schools in a supported way.
Thank you. And then I have one other thing, and might be a can of worms, but when we see that first year of failing, I feel like there's been a lot of talk about supports and needed supports, and I know we've got a draft here on a waiver, but I definitely want to hear more about supports. In fact, I would actually somehow want some connection that before you can apply for the waiver, that there's required supports that you have to do to help. Like passing the class should be goal 1. And so I just wonder if we can somehow require and tie supports in as a step before we actually go to waiver. Just something I'm thinking about. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have so much to say, but I'm going to try to limit it. First off, one of the things that was brought up earlier was in relation to like Khan Academy being one of the supports. And I think that was in the context of the MTSS discussion. I still feel that we need to bring back more supports aside from the waiver. This is the waiver's kind of a little band-aid on what we're dealing, but it supports, as something different than like a Khan Academy, for things that are available for students to be able to access to meet the struggles that they're having. In terms of the industry concentration, I think one of the responses to Director McCormick right now was that they could take the double dipping, and I wanted to ask for clarification, because I think one of the things that I've heard is that CTE courses can't also count towards a graduation requirement because of the funding. So it probably depends on the funding that they can't count. Is that correct?
The funding does not matter.
Okay, so that's not an issue. In terms of the way that I saw some of the courses, in terms of the pathways, I'm curious as to, is there a plan to make some of these pathway courses, like I was looking at some like the different ag sciences classes, where those are UC-CSU prep, are they already like that? And are they in a sequential pattern where they substitute the current science classes that we have for those students?
See if I could answer that question, because in some cases we do have some. In some cases, they as it pertains to the UC portal on A through G, and we have some that fall in the D category. I believe it's the D for the science category. Other areas, we have some that fall under the G category, which is just an elective. That's also a requirement from A through G that you fulfill so many electives. And then we have some that we still need to work on that don't have any A through G approval.
Well, I guess the point that I'd like to make is that if we're looking at this as, because I don't think that we're trying to eliminate the A through G, where we're just trying to add these concentrations, that if we're adding concentrations in our classes that are alternatives to existing core courses, that, that we focus on doing this, because I think it does make students want to take courses more if they're within that subject matter and they're going to like it, and they'll probably engage more. But if it's meeting those core requirements, I think that's something that we've got to do. And I don't know what the timeline for this is. I'm not sure I don't think I saw one. What is the timeline for implementation, or when would this go into effect?
Are you talking about the waiver or
I'm asking
or
about
both?
Concentration right now.
So we'd actually really like to get the feedback tonight, go back to the drawing boards and really try to see if this is something we can implement in the fall, because we believe that that's a possibility.
Because the courses are
with our current existing courses, correct.
We all saw it with CSCA.
So yes, and I really want to be clear about that. Thank you, Dr. Kitamura. We do definitely need to, and Mr. Lyon and I spoke today, we do need to sit with both SRT and CSCA and discuss this with them, so that, we're all on board moving forward in the same direction.
And going back to the waiver, there is, a variety of steps involved with that, and I'm curious, do we know kind of what kind of impact in additional work this might have, like on our counselors? I think I saw part of the forms require like parent signatures. Does that require like parent meetings and scheduling of parent meetings for all these students? Have we assessed what that might be and what impact that might have?
Well, I think that with going back to our other conversation around the supports that we have in place through the LCAP funding, college and career counselors, we've lowered counseling ratios. We have a counselor on special assignment who's talked about really the need and the want from our counselors really wanting to have a pretty specific counseling plan. I think all of that plays in, but I also think this is why we need to have the conversations with both classified and certificated staff so that we can talk about what this can look like and how we can all support this through the system. But there will have to be some additional supports, but I think we have already some things in place that can adhere to that and lessen the burden, especially if we are already talking to our students about, as counselors and teachers and principals and parents, about what's their 4-year plan.
And I think it's a reminder, it's 90 students thus far.
In math.
In terms of the waiver, we'll see what happens second semester, but yeah, 90.
Can I just add one thing? Working as a high school principal and as an administrator at the high school level for 8.5 years, our counselors are consistently caring for and meeting with their students. And they know exactly where they are at the end of the year, and as they come in, they're preparing letters for seniors in jeopardy. These are not things that are new, and so in that case, there's a pretty strong sense of the pulse, and I just want to make sure that we're clear that when you add in a piece that requires a parent meeting, it's to make sure that our guardians are well informed, and so is the student, but in terms of tracking them and knowing where they are, they do a fabulous job, and they really care for them and are watching out for them already.
Director Medina, I'm going to stop you now. We're going to go down here to Director Manieri and Director De La Cruz, and they have just 2 minutes each, 3 minutes each.
Sure, okay. I'll be quick. I do have a question about the waiver. So this is just for 1 year, for 2022, that's it. What is the plan after that? I mean, if we don't see improvements or whatever, I mean, it's just better, I think, to be prepared. So what is the plan after that?
So we're gonna have to evaluate it each year. We're gonna have to come back in November and look to see how we're doing, and we're gonna have to see how many participated in the waiver, the sites that the students, part of the responsibility from our department is to bring that information to you in a board report and to really look at that, and then to revisit it and see where we're at and what we need to do next or how that needs to change.
And then my comment, it really stuck out to me. So I don't really know what slide this is, but the slide with the pyramid, and it says at the bottom, climate and culture, community connections, equity, empathy, and engagement. I just really wanted to point out that piece right there, that climate piece, is the part of all of this that doesn't cost money. It's the equity, the empathy, the connection. So this is the whole reason that we're doing this, and I really appreciate that being in this presentation and being the foundation of the entire MTSS system. So I just really wanted to point that out. Yeah, totally. And then I just wanted to quickly say thank you to the parents and the students who spoke. And I just wanted to clarify that there is no pause for A through G. We're moving forward with this, and this is part of that plan. So I just really wanted to clarify that and make sure that the parents who spoke understand that. So thank you. I have a question about professional development moving into the next year, as well as the list that we received about professional development that's already taken place and moving forward for like the rest of this year. And I didn't see anything that was kind of specific to A through G implementation or that was called out in quite that way on the PD list for this year. Is there a way for us to understand kind of what specifically is being presented to teachers that is kind of focused on the challenges that we've identified with implementation this year?
We can. I would say that a majority of our professional development is aligned with A through G. It's the implementation of the Common Core state standards. And so, but we can definitely add more specifics to that if that's.
And I think MTSS. I think that a lot of the training is around identification, assessment, referral, around MTSS. You want to say something about that, Steve?
We did, no, we put that specifically in MTSS with a draft plan for next year's implementation, more deeper into the system, how they can work, the computer systems and things that identify it. And then I also add just co-teaching. The co-teaching PD plan that's also in there is obviously very directed for A through G implementation for students with special needs as it becomes necessary 2 years from now at the 9th grade level.
I also think that there's, in one of the presentations or one of the documents that were developed, the training for, were you specifically asking for next year or the upcoming? That cannot be a decision alone with this group of people.
Right.
We need to do a needs assessment side by side with, I hope, with SRTA and CSEA to hear from people what the staff, what they need for professional development. So that it cannot be developed in isolation.
Right, that was really my next question is, you know, do we have a process for what that negotiation looks like, and have we secured SRTA and CSEA's kind of participation in that negotiations process to make sure that we're at the same table, talking about the same things and making sure that we're listening to each other about what's needed, how to move forward. So I would just kind of really direct this ask also to CSEA and SRTA leadership that we show up for this work and realize and recognize how important it is for us to really hear what's needed and then to make sure that we're doing it. I really also loved and just wanted to call out you know, looking at ATOSA to support middle school co-teaching and to really focus at the middle school level, and excited about that moving up to be full-time next year. And I think really my big ask here is that we figure out how to make PD mandatory. If we're really hearing that teachers are really struggling and needing additional supports, how can we make sure that we're saying, yes, we're here for you, we're gonna give that, we're gonna provide that, we're gonna develop it with you, and then we're gonna make sure that everybody gets it. So that it's not just a, you know, hey, we need it, we need it, we need it. Well, here it is. It meets what you've asked for, and it needs to be done in order for us to move forward together. And then my second question is, if we've thought about what the mental health supports are in place for students who failed 2 years in a row, whether it's math or language other than English, and how we're, you know, in this spirit of saying it's not an off-ramp, you're not going down somewhere, but let's figure out how to help you make this choice. And, you know, there is, I think, a feeling that we need to recognize what it's gonna feel like for a kid to fail 2 years in a row, and how we can build those supports into place for both those teachers who are also gonna struggle with the feelings of failure, who already are, we hear that, as well as for those kids. And so I just really want us to think about, you know, as we develop PD and as we work with our labor leadership, how we're really thinking about those supports, which are, you know, not as easy to see and touch sometimes, but I think are just as important in this conversation to make sure that this program is successful.
All right, thank you, and we will see this next board meeting. Thank you, team. Can you please say all your names for us, just starting over here, and your title?
Kesa Enamar, Coordinator at the Student and Family Engagement Office.
Steve Azar, Assistant Superintendent, Student and Family Services.
Ana Guzman, Assistant Superintendent, Teaching and Learning.
Ronnie Goyle, Director of Teaching and Learning.
Edwige Llamas, Director of Teaching and Learning.
Jesse Damian, Director, Teaching and Learning.
Let's just say it, you guys.
Kelly Dillon, Director, Teaching and Learning.
Elisa Haley, Director, Teaching and Learning.
Tim Zelenardo, Director of Teaching and Learning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That wasn't a test or anything, but, you know, just put your names out there. All right. We're done with that, right? Okay. So we're on E4. This is an action item. You nominated me for a delegate, California School Boards Association 2020 delegate assembly election. Now you have to vote yes or no.
I move to nominate Lori Fong for the CSBA teacher.
BA delegate. Assembly.
Second.
All right.
Aye.
That was
Moved
That was
by
De La
De La
Cruz
Cruz.
and Sheffield.
Sheffield. Okay, Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Medina? President Fong?
Aye. We have pulled everything else, and E7 is an action item. It's a first reading, and with Director Medina, who brought this forward, we are going to put it on the next agenda. E7.
Point of clarification on our last vote. It was a vote to nominate?
No.
It was a vote to vote?
Affirm. Yeah.
Okay.
Formalize the vote.
Yes, Director Medina, do we have your out loud consent to move it to the next meeting, right? Okay. We are on consent items 1 through, what is that? 9.
I move to approve consent items F1 through F9.
Second.
That was De La Cruz and McCormick.
Director De La Cruz? Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Aye.
Director Medina?
Aye.
President Fong?
Aye. Approval of the minutes,
like
regular
to
board
move-
meeting, February 12th. Sorry.
I'd like to approve move to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting on February 12th, 2020.
Second.
Okay. That was De La Cruz and seconded by Jill McCormick. Lori?
All right.
Oh, by principles. Thank you. Thank you for staying so long. Thank you, everybody, staying so long.
Minutes, board minutes.
We had a
Did a motion and a second?
motion and a second.
Director De La Cruz? Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director Sheffield? Director Medina?
Aye.
President Close? I'm sorry, President Fong.
She's absent. Aye. All right, and approval of minutes of the special board meeting held February 19th, 2020.
I'd like to move to approve the minutes of the special board meeting on February 19th.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you.
Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director McCormick? Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Abstain.
Director Medina?
I approve. Aye.
Abstain from those two.
I say aye.
From the 19th.
All right. Board member request for information.
Really quick.
What?
At that February 19th meeting, didn't Stephanie show up at one point?
Yeah. So you were there.
She said aye.
Yeah, you were
No, I
there.
said you showed up at the meeting on the 19th, but it's not reflected in the minutes, and that's what.
Would we change that, Lori, please?
So can I make an amendment to my motion?
Move to reconsider, since we already voted.
her as absent.
What?
That's it.
We already voted, so it needs to be a motion to reconsider.
Okay, I'd like to move to reconsider the approval of the minutes with the correction that Stephanie Manieri was present.
Second.
Director De La Cruz?
Aye.
Director McCormick?
Aye.
Director Manieri?
Aye.
Director Sheffield?
Abstain.
Director Medina?
Aye.
President Fong?
Aye. And we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Minutos.